Chapter 856. Fusang Flower. It is really unexpected that there is actually a Fusang flower in this world. Don't tell me. Xiaoyan's body was stunned as he stood in the same spot within the space of the ring. Both of his eyes stared at the image of the six-petal flower in the empty space in front of him. A great storm had formed in his heart. Xiaoyan had never expected that he would actually see the Fusang flower in this place. The Fusang flower. If this was placed on the Doqi continent, it was something that had already disappeared for an unknown number of years. It had already been called extinct and was a divine object that could no longer be found in this world. Yet now, this thing that could be called extinct had actually appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Even though this was merely an image, it still caused one to have difficulty hiding the shock and excitement in one's heart. The Fusang flower grew from the Fusang ancient spirit tree. It was one of the rare treasures in this world. The appearance of this flower would definitely cause an uproar in the continent. Of course, this was unless the news could truly spread. Normally speaking, this kind of situation was completely impossible. This was because the moment the Fusang flower appeared, the Fusang flower would be fought over by everyone within a short period of time. Before the news could spread, the Fusang flower would have already fallen into someone's hands and disappeared. The Fusang ancient spirit tree, along with the Bodhisattva ancient tree and the blood parasol tree, were called the three great divine trees in this world. Even the ginseng ancient tree could not compare with them. In the past, Xiaoyan had seen information related to the Fusang ancient spirit tree in many ancient books. All of the ancient books clearly stated that the Fusang flower had 5 petals. However, the Fusang flower that had appeared in front of Xiaoyan at this moment was very different from what Xiaoyan knew. It was a 6-petal Fusang flower. This was also one of the reasons why Xiaoyan did not dare to confirm the identity of this flower for a long time. Why would the Fusang flower appear in this ring? After recovering, Xiaoyan once again placed his attention on the most important point. Why would the image of the Fusang flower appear in this ring? Why would it allow Su Songming to carry this ring around with him? Could it be, the location of the hibiscus flower is hidden in this ring? Xiaoyan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly lit up, and the surprise in his heart could not be any greater. If that was the case, then as long as he followed the guidance of the ring and obtained the hibiscus flower, wouldn't he have picked up a great opportunity for nothing? The ancient Fusang spirit tree was as famous as the Bodhi ancient tree, or even surpassed it. Naturally, it had its own advantages. Unlike the Bodhi ancient tree's ability to help people make breakthroughs, the greatest characteristic of the ancient Fusang spirit tree was that it contained an extremely large amount of spiritual strength. This kind of spiritual strength was accumulated over countless years. The Fusang flower and the ancient Fusang spirit tree naturally contained an extremely pure and large amount of spiritual strength. Therefore, the Fusang flower was undoubtedly the most precious treasure to alchemists and formation masters. As long as one could obtain a Fusang flower, it would mean that one's spiritual strength would soar. At that time, not only would it bring about an increase in one's strength, but even one's status would also rise qualitatively. At that time, countless powerful factions would be moved. Powerful sects and factions would also extend an olive branch or even lower themselves to invite one. Of course, if one was able to join the Pill Tower, it would undoubtedly bring about even greater glory. Everyone would have to be courteous when they walked the continent in the name of the Pill Tower. To an ordinary alchemist, this represented supreme glory. Of course, this did not attract Xiaoyan. After taking in a deep breath, Xiaoyan focused his attention. His gaze once again looked at the image of the Fusang flower in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. Other than that, he was even more curious. If it was just an image, it would not allow Xiaoyan to find the Fusang flower. Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly when he thought of this. Just as Xiaoyan's heart was filled with suspicion, the Fusang flower in front of him once again began to distort. Xiao Yan's eyes focused. He frowned and stared intently at the fusang flower that was gradually distorting. His throat rolled slightly and he could not help but become nervous. He hoped that the fusang flower in front of him would live up to his expectations. Following the gradual distortion of space, the original six-petal flower, the pure beauty of the hibiscus flower, had already become deformed in the blink of an eye. Not only had it lost its original appearance, but even the shadow of a flower could not be seen. However, Xiao Yan became even more focused during this short and anxious wait. His gaze stared intently at the distorted space in front of him. Without realizing it, Xiao Yan seemed to have seen some pattern following the direction in which the flower was distorted. Perhaps it could be said that it was some other object. This time, it was not an illusion but a real entity. After a dozen breaths, Xiao Yan wiped the sweat that had gushed out from his forehead. The space that was constantly distorting in front of him stabilized again. This time, what appeared in front of Xiao Yan was a special name card that was the size of a palm. The overall structure of the name card looked similar to Xiao Yan's alchemist president's name card. They were both made of special metal. The only difference was that there were many talismans engraved on this name card. That was the symbol of an array master. On the back of this name card, the words, "Glorious Gold," were written clearly and deeply. Glorious Gold. Xiao Yan muttered softly. He seemed to have seen these two words somewhere before. Immediately after, Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something. He flipped his palm and a leather map appeared in his hand. After a quick check, Xiao Yan immediately found the place related to the words, Glorious Gold. Glorious Gold City. Xiao Yan frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised in his heart. Glorious Gold City was the gathering place of array masters in the western region. Judging from this name card, would the fusang flower appear there? Alchemists had their own alchemist guild, and array masters naturally had their own territory. It was just that it was not as large as the alchemists. This glorious gold city happened to be the gathering place of array masters in the western region. Suddenly, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan once again became distorted while his heart was feeling surprised at the location of the hibiscus flower. Xiao Yan hurriedly grabbed the name card in front of him as a precaution. After which, he focused his attention and looked at it. However, the result that Xiao Yan saw caused the longing in his heart to swiftly reduce by over half. The space in front of him was distorted. After a long while, the result was a row of words. The general content had already explained that the fusang flower was in Jinyao City. However, if he wanted to obtain it, he would have to obtain it by auction at the Jinyao City auction that would be held 3 months later. Chapter 857. In the end, Xiao Yan helplessly withdrew his spiritual strength from the ring. At the same time, he also took out the name card. That could be considered the most useful and also the most useless thing that Xiao Yan had obtained this time. Although he had found the fusang flower, it might not be his in the end. Although he knew its location, he could not touch it. It was likely that there was nothing more unbearable than this. However, having news was better than nothing. Everything was still early. No one knew who the fusang flower would belong to until the very last moment. With a little hope in his heart, Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath and smiled slightly. Immediately, his body moved, leaped off the bed, and walked out of the door. Since Xiao Yan's matter was temporarily over, there was no need to rush to the ancient tomb of Tianju. There was no harm in going to Jinyao City to give it a try. After all, it was a place where the experts of the western region gathered. Regardless of whether it was for Xiao Yan's own experience or strength, it would more or less be of some help. He would naturally not easily miss it. After exiting the door, Xiao Yan had just closed the door and turned around. However, in the next moment, his body suddenly jumped and he involuntarily took half a step back. He raised his eyes and saw that Feng Ruyan was standing in front of him. Until just now, Xiao Yan had been wholeheartedly thinking about the Fusang flower and did not notice that there was actually someone outside the door. The sudden appearance of the young lady had almost caused Xiao Yan to activate the Do Qi in his body. Once that happened, Xiao Yan could not help but be a little worried about the consequences. When Fang Ruyin saw that Xiao Yan was startled, a panicked expression involuntarily surged onto her face. She was just about to open her mouth to inquire when Xiao Yan's gaze shot over, causing her to involuntarily lower her head. At the same time, Xiao Yan also recovered from the fright from the previous moment. He helplessly curled his lips and his heart palpitated as he swept his gaze over the slightly rising and falling chest of the young lady. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan was just a little taller than Xiao Yan. Hence, the moment Xiao Yan raised his head, the young lady's chest was completely reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yan's old face could not help but turn red. He habitually rubbed his nose with his hand and coughed twice. Only then did Xiao Yan ask, "Miss Fang, is there something that you are looking for me?" Ruyin does not dare. "It is my father who asked me to invite you to attend a family banquet in our family." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Fang Ruyin hurriedly and respectfully bowed. The words from her mouth appeared to be unusually respectful. If it was before Xiao Yan killed those few elite Do Di, Fang Ruyin would still dare to be angry with him. Now that she had witnessed Xiao Yan's strength, she would definitely not dare to mess around with Xiao Yan even if she was given a lot of courage. Otherwise, once the latter was angered, it was likely that she would not be the only one to suffer a calamity. Oh. A family banquet, huh? It seems a little illogical for me to attend such a banquet. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. A family banquet was a banquet that only members of the same family could attend. This kind of banquet was especially valued within a family. Anyone who was not from the family would not be allowed to attend, much less be invited. What was the purpose of Fang Cheng's actions? "Sir, there is no need to be so polite. You have saved our entire Fang family. Father and the few elders have long treated you as one of our family. Moreover, my father has also said that if Sir Xiao Yan is not present today, the family banquet will definitely not begin." Appearing to be afraid that Xiao Yan would reject, Fang Ruyin said quite a bit in one breath. These words caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat speechless. Putting it this way, he did not even have a reason to reject. It seemed that this family banquet was not prepared for the members of the Fang family. Instead, it was a Hongmen banquet for him. Thinking of this in his heart, a glint immediately flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. However, he parted his mouth and smiled immediately. "All right then. Since the head of the Fang family has invited me so graciously, it would be somewhat impolite if I did not go. Let's go." Xiao Yan laughed out loud. His body moved. Under the guidance of his spiritual strength, he took the lead and walked toward the place where everyone from the Fang family was gathered. Fang Ruyin followed behind him. That's right, just as he took his first step, before his second step landed, Xiao Yan suddenly turned around. This gave the young lady behind him a fright. She took 2 steps back. Then, Xiao Yan smiled and said, "It's better if you don't call me Lord. It's quite awkward to hear you call me that. Just call me by my name." After speaking, without waiting for the young lady to regain her senses, Xiao Yan took the lead and quickly walked toward the place where the members of the Fang family were gathered. Behind him, the young lady's cheeks were red as she muttered Xiao Yan's name. Then, she hurriedly followed behind. After a short period of time, Xiao Yan and Fang Ruyin arrived at the place where the members of the Fang family were gathered. This was the usual drill ground of the Fang family. However, today, it was the place where the family banquet was held. When everyone present saw the late Xiao Yan, everyone immediately stood up and faced Xiao Yan. Even Fang Cheng and the elders of the Fang family at the front of the crowd stood up and faced Xiao Yan. Then, everyone respectfully greeted Xiao Yan in unison. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but be shocked. The actions of these people really made him feel overwhelmed. After returning the greetings one by one, Xiao Yan took large strides forward with Feng Rian behind him. Together, they arrived at Feng Cheng's side. At this place, seats had already been prepared for the two of them. They just so happened to be on the left and right of Feng Cheng. After Xiao Yan sat down, the one on the left was Yuan Qing. It was only after Xiao Yan sat down that the other people present also took their seats one after another. Sir Xiao Yan, this banquet should have been prepared long ago. However, Sir Xiao Yan has been in seclusion for half a month. We were also afraid of disturbing Sir, so we never started. Now that Sir Xiao Yan has arrived, we can be considered to be all present. Sitting beside Xiao Yan, Feng Qing smiled as he faced Xiao Yan. At the same time, he raised his wine cup and faced Xiao Yan and downed it in a single gulp as an apology. After that, Yuan Qing and the few elders of the Feng family, and even Feng Rian, were unable to avoid it. Very quickly, Xiao Yan and the few people beside him began to chat together. This was especially true for Feng Qing. His 3 sentences did not leave Xiao Yan, while his 2 sentences were like that of Rian. His words always jumped between Xiao Yan and Rian, causing one to not know if he was truly drunk or if he was doing it on purpose. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with suspicion as he listened. During this time, he continuously frowned and his gaze would occasionally look towards Yuan Qing. Seeing this, the latter awkwardly smiled but did not say anything. At this moment, even Feng Rian's pretty face had turned completely red from what Xiao Yan had said. It was unknown whether it was because she had drunk wine or because of some other reason. However, the pair of pretty eyes which she used to look at Xiao Yan involuntarily revealed an autumn feeling, calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 858. Little friend Xiao Yan, I have to thank little friend Xiao Yan for saving my daughter in Wuyu City last time. That's why my daughter was able to come back alive. Feng Qing seemed to be really drunk. His face was flushed, and his face was filled with a blurry smile. His expression was blurry. He put one hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder, and raised the wine cup in his other hand, sending it to Xiao Yan's mouth. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. That day's matter was just something I did in passing. Patriarch Feng doesn't need to be polite. Xiao Yan looked at the latter with a calm expression. Then, he suddenly smiled, took the wine from the latter's hand, and drank it all in one gulp. Good. Little friend Xiao Yan has guts. Seeing this, the smile on Feng Cheng's face suddenly became a little thicker. He directly hugged Xiao Yan's shoulder, and took advantage of his drunkenness to laugh loudly. Little friend Xiao Yan should also know that I, Feng Qing, only have this one precious daughter. I'm afraid she'll fall in my hands, and I'm afraid she'll melt in my mouth. I've always carefully taken care of her, afraid that something will happen to this girl. These years, this girl has grown up. This clan won't be able to hold her back sooner or later. The little guy who could only survive under Old Eagle's protection is now able to stand on his own. Speaking until here, Feng Cheng's face couldn't help but reveal a gratified expression. Logically speaking, this time, the clan has encountered a great disaster. I don't want her to come back. I don't want this girl to enter the tiger's den. Just like what I'm worried about, if it wasn't for little friend Xiao Yan from Wuyu City's Jingu, I'm afraid that not only would something happen to my daughter, but even the current Feng clan would no longer exist. When he spoke until this point, Feng Qing appeared to have instantly become much more clear-headed. The expression on his face became somewhat melancholy. Soon after, he hugged Xiao Yan's shoulders and began to laugh out loud in a muddle-headed manner. His topic also continued to revolve around Xiao Yan and Feng Rian. I wonder what little friend Xiao Yan thinks about my daughter's cultivation. Suddenly, Feng Qing seemed to inadvertently ask about Feng Rian's cultivation. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly startled. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "Young Miss Fang is able to reach the cultivation of a 7-star half-martial emperor at such a young age. Even in the continent, this is rarely seen. It can be said that young Miss Fang's cultivation speed is extremely astonishing. If she were to be placed in the Shilin region, she would be able to protect a region." Words of praise were spat out, and the smile on Fang Cheng's face became even more pronounced. After Fang Ruyan, who was beside him, heard Xiao Yan's words, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. For my daughter to be able to win such praise from little friend Xiao Yan, it's truly a great fortune. Ha 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 ha. Several people laughed heartily. Xiao Yan also followed suit. However, he was somewhat suspicious in his heart. What was the purpose of Fang Cheng's words? "Little friend Xiao Yan, you've saved my Fang clan from calamity, and even saved my daughter's life. My Fang clan is unable to repay such a great kindness. However, if it's possible, I don't mind letting my daughter follow by little friend Xiao Yan's side and take care of you. This can be considered. Clan head Fang, you've said so much. It can't be just for this sentence, right?" However, just as Fang Qing drunkenly hugged Xiao Yan's shoulders and spoke with a mouth full of words, Xiao Yan suddenly stood up. His expression was slightly ugly as he pushed away Fang Qing, who was pressing down on him. A hint of coldness emerged on his originally calm face at this moment. When Xiao Yan's words came out, not only Fang Qing, but even the bodies of the other people present suddenly shook. An indescribable chill swiftly rose from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Numerous gazes also looked towards Xiao Yan in succession. To one side, Yuan Qing also stood up at this moment with an ugly expression. His old face carried a helpless expression. Originally, he wanted to open his mouth to say something. However, in the end, he let out a deep sigh, lowered his head and shut his mouth without saying anything. At this instant, Fang Qing, who originally appeared to be drunk and hazy, also instantly returned to sobriety. The redness on his face swiftly faded away, and the state of his entire person also recovered its usual calmness. However, at this moment, the gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan was somewhat evasive. Perhaps, everything he had said just now did not come from the bottom of his heart. However, for the clan, he had no choice but to say it. If he was able to connect the clan behind him to this young man in front of him, the Fang clan would definitely not be limited to this small Helan city in the future. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually reject in such a decisive manner. Moreover, from the looks of it, Xiao Yan's attitude was abnormally firm. From the looks of it, his Fang clan had been too rash in today's matter. He could only blame himself for such an outcome. He had only thought of the clan behind him and did not consider the thoughts of the black-robed young man in front of him. Who knew what thoughts Xiao Yan had in his heart? After letting out a long breath, Xiao Yan shot a glance at Yuan Qing beside him. His body moved and he silently left this place. After that, everyone present was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone held their breaths tightly as they sent off Xiao Yan with their gazes. Everyone's hearts were especially nervous, afraid of angering this lord. At the same time, when they looked at their own clan head again, their eyes involuntarily revealed bewilderment. Just what had Fang Qing done to make Xiao Yan's attitude change so abruptly? In an instant, the atmosphere became heavy. It was as if there was a huge rock pressing down on everyone's heart. The formless aura that gushed out from Xiao Yan's body caused them to be unable to breathe. When everyone had relaxed, Fang Cheng's body softened. He sat back on the chair with a heart full of regret. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the wine cup in front of him. His heart was filled with deep regret. His actions just now might have pushed this future expert of the Western region far away. Seeing Xiao Yan leave, Yuan Qing hesitated for a moment before standing up. He found Fong Qing and patted the latter's shoulder with his palm as a form of consolation. After giving some instructions, he left to find Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan quietly stood at the side of a pond. A thick willow tree grew beside him. Its soft willow branches fell into the pond and swayed with the wind, creating circles of ripples on the surface of the water. Xiao Yan watched the pool water in front of him. The dark blue sky was reflected within it. A few white clouds danced under the ripples, appearing like a young lady dancing gracefully, causing one's imagination to run wild. Mr. Xiao Yan, Fong Qing didn't do it on purpose just now. He's just drunk, you and I both know in our hearts whether or not he's drunk. Actually, I don't care. I didn't call you here to talk about this matter. It's only because I'm leaving. Xiao Yan's gaze still didn't leave the water's surface as he slowly spoke. Suddenly, he saw a leaf slowly fall from the willow branch on the water surface. It floated in the water and gradually flowed away with the ripples. Mr. Xiao Yan is leaving. Where are you going? Yuan Qing furrowed his brows. His forward step involuntarily paused. He had come to the western region in order to find Xiao Yan. However, the latter had come and left in a hurry. After a short reunion, the two had to part again. Jinyao City. An auction will be held there in 3 months. I must go. Seeing the willow leaf fall to the bottom of the pond, Xiao Yan turned around and looked at Yuan Qing behind him as he slowly spoke. Then, your actions just now, Yuan Qing was flabbergasted. Although Fong Cheng's words were somewhat rash, with Xiao Yan's temperament, he shouldn't have done so. However, if it was said that Xiao Yan did it on purpose, it might make some sense. After all, the Fong clan is an individual. I can't always stay in the Fong clan. They also can't rely on others. I can't help them with anything. The only thing I can do is perhaps to leave. Only in this way can they truly realize what they need, and not always think of borrowing the strength of others. The things obtained from the Wang clan's treasury are enough for the Fong clan to greatly increase their strength in a short period of time. It's more than enough to expand their influence. As for me, it's time to do what I want to do. Chapter 859. On the same day, Xiao Yan left Helan City. Yuan Qing personally watched as Xiao Yan left. Yuan Qing didn't plan to travel with Xiao Yan for the rest of the journey. With the strength of a 4-star Dodi, it was likely that he would only become a burden if he followed beside Xiao Yan. After all, others might not be aware, but he was aware that those people from the ghost hall, who were neither human nor ghost, were constantly watching Xiao Yan. In the evening, Yuan Qing returned to the Fong clan and met Fong Qing in the clan's conference hall. When the two brothers met, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Mr. Xiao Yan, he left. He said he had other things to do, so he had to leave. Could it be because of me? It's not because of you, and it's not because of the Fong clan. It's just that he really needs to leave. What he did during the day was actually just to make you feel afraid. Only by doing this, perhaps the Fong clan will understand that outsiders can't be relied on. If you want to be strong, you can only rely on your own strength. Fong Cheng's expression froze. He couldn't help but feel astonished. This is what Xiao Yan said. It's also the only thing he can help you with. Fong Qing tightly knitted his brows, his expression extremely gloomy. Indeed, the moment Xiao Yan stood up, he felt an incomparable pressure. That kind of strength was really hard for him to bear. Even the entire Fong clan couldn't compare. Once Xiao Yan was truly angry, there was absolutely no one in the Fong clan who could stop him. At that moment, everyone in the Fong clan felt alarmed. They had no choice but to gather together to resist that power. At this moment, they clearly realized their own insignificance, and also clearly understood the cohesion of a clan. Xiao Yan's actions might turn him into an evil person, but at the very least, he had already done his best to help the Fong clan. Sometimes, what a clan needed wasn't endless resources, but their desire to become stronger, as well as the trust and support between the clan members. While the two of them were conversing, they did not notice that outside the meeting hall, Fong Ruiyan was gently biting her red lips. A complicated expression surfaced in her beautiful eyes. It was a long while later before she quietly left. At the same time, Xiao Yan was on his way to Jinyao City. The night was long. Xiao Yan headed west and followed the directions on the map. It was likely that he would be able to reach the location of Jinyao City in half a month's time. Additionally, according to the map, the location of the Tianju ancient tomb was located in an even deeper part of the western wasteland region. Xiao Yan's direction could not be considered going in the opposite direction. The journey would take half a month. Therefore, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry. Instead, he diverted a portion of his attention to the 9 incarnations. From the 7 storage rings, Xiao Yan also obtained a lot of medium spirit stones, which were undoubtedly of great benefit to the improvement of the cultivation of the 9 incarnations. As for the 10 medium spirit stones that Xiao Yan had obtained earlier, they had already been used up. As the strength of the incarnations increased, Xiao Yan also discovered to his surprise that the energy requirement of the incarnations was increasing. Even the medium spirit stones could no longer satisfy the cultivation of the incarnations. Now, in Xiao Yan's storage ring, there were a total of 54 medium spirit stones. Except for the 14 that Xiao Yan kept as backup, the remaining 40 were used by Xiao Yan to improve the cultivation of the incarnations. Of course, under such a crazy devouring, the results obtained by the 9 incarnations also made Xiao Yan quite satisfied. At night, the resplendent Milky Way washed the pitch-black night sky, and the fluorescence emitted by the endless starlight intertwined and condensed, illuminating the dark ground below. Coupled with the huge silver moon, it was like the sun at night, driving away the darkness of this land. At the peak of the mountain, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged. Powerful soul power continuously flowed out from between his eyebrows and entered the bodies of the 9 incarnations around him. At this moment, the 9 incarnations were also crazily devouring and refining a spirit stone in their arms. Judging from the energy contained in the spirit stones, these spirit stones were actually medium spirit stones. After nearly half a month of hurrying and training, 18 of the 40 spirit stones had already been used up. Now, the radiance on these 9 spirit stones were rapidly dimming. It was likely that before today, these 9 medial-grade spirit stones would turn into nothing. In less than half a month, 27 medium spirit stones had been consumed. This was equivalent to half of the total number of medium spirit stones that Xiao Yan possessed. Under this crazy refining, the cultivations of the 9 incarnations had broken through to the middle level of the 4-star Do-D class. Currently, they were advancing toward the advanced level of the 4-star Do-D class. However, it was unknown whether the cultivations of the 9 incarnations would be able to reach the advanced level of the 4-star Do-D class before the 9 spirit stones were completely consumed. Xiao Yan became even crazier as he carried the longing in his heart. The spiritual strength within the soul bead in his mind surged out and controlled the 9 incarnations to wildly refine the spirit stones at an even faster speed. Time flowed by bit by bit. A paleness involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. Threads of perspiration rolled down from his forehead. Time also rolled further and further away. Unknowingly, the eastern sky gradually brightened. The silver moon consciously hid its body. The bright Milky Way had long since disappeared. A night had passed. At this moment, the weak light on the 9 spirit stones in the 9 incarnations' hands had completely disappeared. The last thread of energy was absorbed into the bodies of the incarnations. Damn it! It is still not enough. Even until now, the cultivations of the 9 incarnations had yet to break through to the advanced level of the 4-star Do-D class. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan to curse in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and he attempted to withdraw the 9 incarnations. However, it was at this moment that, buzz 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 buzz, a white light suddenly flickered within the bodies of the 9 incarnations. Soon after, the auras within the bodies of the 9 incarnations suddenly rose. In the blink of an eye, the middle level of the 4-star Do-D class had all broken through to the advanced level of the 4-star Do-D class. The last thread of energy within the spirit stones had caused the cultivation of the 9 incarnations to successfully reach the advanced level of the 4-star Do-D class. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised smile finally appeared on Xiao Yan's face. After confirming that the cultivation of the 9 incarnations was correct, a thought passed through his mind and he withdrew the 9 incarnations into his body. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan's pale face rapidly recovered. After a slight adjustment, Xiao Yan finally stood up from his cross-legged position. He looked toward the west and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. At this moment, on the horizon to the west of Xiao Yan, there was a majestic ancient city covered in golden light standing proudly on the vast land. That was the destination of Xiao Yan's trip. Jinyao City. Chapter 860. Jinyao City was located in the southwest region of the Western Wasteland region. Although the area was barren, it was precisely because of the environment that the people who lived here were usually more powerful. At a glance, the weakest person in the entire city had already reached the level of a 5-star half-emperor. Compared to some of the cities in the Xiling region, Jinyao City was undoubtedly much more powerful. The most eye-catching thing about Jinyao City wasn't that the cultivations of the people here were generally powerful. Instead, it was because this was the world of formation masters. In the Yuanwu continent, alchemists weren't the only occupation that relied on powerful spiritual strength. Other than that, the existence of formation masters was also extremely frightening. Although the influence of formation masters wasn't as large as that of alchemists, which could be found all over the continent and even become the strongest superpower in the entire Yuanwu continent, the uniqueness of formation masters made them a powerful occupation in the cultivation world. If alchemists were known for their ability to save lives, then formation masters were known for their ruthlessness and dominance. Apart from the forces of heaven and earth, their offensive power could be said to be the strongest among all humans and magical beasts. Therefore, although there seemed to be a large number of half-emperors in Jinyao City, in front of some powerful formation masters, even a Do-D might not be able to fight them. On the horizon, Xiao Yan's figure quickly approached the city that was covered in golden light. In just a short moment, Xiao Yan had already landed in front of the majestic city gate. At a glance, the city wall in front of Xiao Yan was covered in mysterious talismans that densely covered the entire city wall. The golden light that covered the sky above Jinyao City was emitted from the countless golden talismans. As he approached the city, even though he hadn't personally arrived at the foot of the city wall, Xiao Yan could already feel an extremely powerful pressure coming toward him. The invisible pressure caused his footsteps to involuntarily stop. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of him that forcefully stopped him. What a powerful formation! The spot where Xiao Yan's feet landed on the ground involuntarily caved in and formed an inch-deep footprint. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. A formation that could cause a 5-star Do-D to feel pressured. This Jinyao City was indeed worthy of being the gathering place of formation masters. Xiao Yan's body shook slightly. The black robe on the surface of his body also trembled. The originally black-colored long robe appeared to have become even purer at this moment. At the same time, the pressure on Xiao Yan's shoulder also suddenly disappeared at this moment. The moment his body became light, Xiao Yan's forward footsteps naturally became much faster. On the other hand, those people around Xiao Yan all stood in their original spots with heavy expressions under this pressure. From the looks of it, if they did not get used to it within a short period of time, it was likely that they would have difficulty taking the next step. Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Xiao Yan's footsteps slowly walked forward in a relaxed manner. Very quickly, he arrived at the foot of the city gate. At this place, the surrounding crowd had also increased. At the city gate, there were a couple of middle-aged men wearing golden robes. In each of their hands, there was a palm-sized formation plate. Every time a person walked in front of them, they would extend the formation plate. The pedestrians entering the city would also consciously take out 10 spirit stones from their storage rings. After a flash on the formation plate, the spirit stones were all absorbed into it. "Is it the entrance fee again?" Xiao Yan gently raised his eyebrows. A strange expression involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. However, he understood after thinking about it in his heart. This Jinyao city was protected by a formation all year round. The operation of the formation would definitely require the support of a large number of spirit stones. The amount of spirit stones that would be exhausted in a year was definitely not a small amount. The source of such a large amount of spirit stones would definitely be the most important question. Collecting a fee to enter the city was undoubtedly the best method. After thinking about this point in his heart, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. In this way, this Jinyao city was undoubtedly much more humane than Jingu in Wuyu City. However, just as the front line was about to reach Xiao Yan, a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe among the crowd at the back rudely pushed back the passers-by around him and rushed straight to the front of the line. If you want to enter the city, get out of my way." A rude and unreasonable reprimand was emitted from the middle-aged man's mouth. The passers-by around him also furrowed their brows and unwillingly made way. Some of the hot-tempered fellows, who had just revealed an angry expression, swiftly withdrew when they saw the golden-colored long robe that this fellow was wearing. Moreover, a fearful expression surged as they retreated hatefully. In the blink of an eye, the path in front of the middle-aged man was quickly cleared to allow only one person to pass through. Even the people who were standing in front of Xiao Yan at this moment also moved away. Turning his head, Xiao Yan glanced at the man in the golden robe who was rushing over quickly. He frowned in his heart, hesitated for a moment, then moved his feet and was about to make way. "Where did this little bastard come from? Dare to block my way, get out of my way." However, just as Xiao Yan was about to dodge, the middle-aged man had already arrived behind him. Seeing that Xiao Yan actually did not make way, the man in the golden robe immediately let out a disdainful snort. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and a surge of do qi instantly shot out from his sleeve. It turned into a sharp do qi pillar that instantly tore through the empty space in front of him and ruthlessly cut towards Xiao Yan's head. Such a sharp attack caused the expressions of the surrounding passers-by to change drastically. Although this fellow was overbearing, it must be said that he had the capital to be overbearing. Just from this powerful aura, the cultivation of this man in the golden robe had likely reached the level of a 2-star do di. Although this kind of strength could not be considered the strongest in Jinyao City, there were very few people who could compare with him. However, just as the man in the golden robe was about to attack Xiao Yan, the latter's body, which was originally about to dodge, was firmly fixed on the spot. His feet, which were just half an inch from the ground, once again landed. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. His expression was somewhat gloomy. It was fine if this fellow only had a rotten mouth, but such a vicious method caused Xiao Yan to feel ashamed in his heart. Who could easily endure being treated in such a manner for no reason? Faced with such an attack, it was likely that an ordinary person would have difficulty surviving. The sharp do qi pillar was swiftly magnified in Xiao Yan's eyes. On the other hand, Xiao Yan unhurriedly raised his hand and gently received the attack. The most shocking thing was that he did not even use a trace of do qi. However, just as everyone was looking at Xiao Yan with pitiful gazes, the do qi pillar violently collided with Xiao Yan's palm in the next instant. Bang! Chapter 861. Under the pitiful gazes of the surrounding crowd, that sharp do qi pillar collided heavily with Xiao Yan's palm. "You overestimate yourself." Seeing this scene, the golden-robed man's face could not help but reveal a mocking and disdainful cold smile. His body suddenly charged forward, seemingly intending to send Xiao Yan's body flying. However, the moment the golden-robed person charged forward, he clearly saw that the Doqi pillar, which should have penetrated Xiao Yan's hand along with his head, had instantly burst apart in Xiao Yan's hand. The strength that was created by the explosion did not even leave a superficial wound on Xiao Yan's hand. The golden-robed man's attack was actually so weak in Xiao Yan's hands. At this moment, even the faces of the surrounding passers-by revealed stunned expressions. Their gazes were filled with shock when they looked at Xiao Yan. Quickly following this, before everyone could recover, Xiao Yan's completely uninjured hand suddenly extended forward. A thought passed through his mind and a suction force wildly surged from his palm. It was like a storm that went against the flow. The strong suction force forcefully pulled the golden-robed man's body over. It was only at this moment that a feeling of fear suddenly surged into the golden-robed man's heart. No matter what, he did not expect that this seemingly young black-robed man would actually possess such a frightening strength. Xiao Yan's 5 fingers curled slightly and grabbed the latter's neck. A force gathered in his palm. As long as he was willing, Xiao Yan could easily crush the neck of the person in front of him. A mere 2-star Do Di was not enough for Xiao Yan to take to heart. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to make his move, his gaze landed on the badge on the chest of the golden-robed man. The badge was circular and silver in color. There were many complicated talismans outlined on it, faintly forming the word Formation. Formation Master. Sensing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. After all, this Jinyao city was the territory of Formation Masters. He also knew that Formation Masters and alchemists did not get along well. Hence, he did not want to cause trouble here. Hence, when he faced the golden-robed man earlier, his first reaction was to avoid him. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan did not expect that the golden-robed man was actually a Formation Master. From the looks of it, his original intention had been unintentionally violated. Seeing Xiao Yan frown, the golden-robed man, whose face was currently red, seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He violently clenched his teeth and roared with difficulty, "Brat, I am a member of Jinyao City's Formation Master Association. If you dare to touch me, the association will definitely." "Did I allow you to speak?" Xiao Yan's expression became fierce. A sternness surged in his eyes as he stared at the golden-robed person. The latter's words that had yet to be uttered were instantly stopped upon seeing this. Both of his eyes revealed a deep terror. His gaze stared intently at the black-robed young man in front of him and did not dare to utter even the slightest word. "Mister," at this moment, the few golden-robed Formation Masters at the entrance of the city also noticed the situation on this side. Immediately, a middle-aged man who was the leader of the group hurriedly took a couple of steps forward and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The first thing he did was to respectfully greet the latter. "What's the matter?" Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. He naturally knew the reason why this guy came forward. "Mister, I apologize for his rude behavior just now. However, this is Jinyao City. The rules of the Formation Master Association do not allow any Formation Master to be hurt here. Hence, I hope you can be magnanimous and let him go." The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Yan fearlessly. When he spoke, he deliberately mentioned the Formation Master Association as if he hoped to use this to suppress the person in front of him. However, Xiao Yan, who was frowning slightly when he heard the middle-aged man's words, smirked coldly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. The rules of your Formation Master Association are a little overbearing. However, you have to see clearly that I am not within the boundaries of Jinyao City. Once I leave this city gate, whether this guy lives or dies has nothing to do with the Formation Master Association." The golden-robed man frowned and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He did not expect that the person in front of him would still be so stubborn even after he mentioned the Formation Master Association. "Mister, please, in other words, even if I kill all of you now, the Formation Master Association still has nothing to do with me. The hand that Xiao Yan used to grab the neck of the person in his hand tightened slightly. The latter's originally flushed face became unusually flushed with blood. His pair of eyeballs rolled outwards. At the same time, Xiao Yan took half a step forward. An invisible pressure immediately spread out from his body. The golden-robed man in front of him was the first to bear the brunt of this pressure. He was forced to continuously retreat by this strong pressure. At the same time, the expression on the latter's face was unusually serious. What do you want to do? The golden-robed man's face was slightly pale as he stared at Xiao Yan. He looked as if he was gnashing his teeth and had completely lost the scholarly attitude from before. I disdain killing a 2-star Dodi. Since you want to save him, I'll return him to you. Xiao Yan let out a cold cry. The hand that was strangling the golden-robed man suddenly loosened. At the same time, he flipped his hand and slammed his palm on the golden-robed man's chest. Immediately, the latter's body flew back uncontrollably. Finally, he collided with the Formation Master. After finishing off these two people with one blow, Xiao Yan did not bother about them. He took a step forward and walked toward Jinyao City. Stop! You have injured the Formation Master of Jinyao City. Jinyao City does not welcome you. What a joke. It's just a city. Do you really think that you have the final say on who can enter or not? Hearing the orders of the Formation Master, Xiao Yan coldly laughed. He took a big step forward and arrived directly below the main gate. He lifted his foot and walked into the city without stopping. Ha! In the next moment, the few surrounding Formation Masters emitted a stern cry in unison. A thought passed through their hearts and powerful spiritual strengths immediately surged out of their bodies. They intertwined with each other and agglomerated into an invisible sharp blade in the empty air that violently fell toward Xiao Yan. Oh! Spiritual strength, huh? Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he sensed the spiritual strength that surged out from the bodies of the few people around him. He immediately let out a cold smile. A thought passed through his mind and an even more frightening spiritual storm suddenly swept out from between his brows when the sharp spiritual blade was about to land on Xiao Yan's head. Buzz! The invisible spiritual storm was just like a gust of wild wind that instantly forced everyone around back. At the same time, the powerful storm instantly tore apart the spiritual blade that was formed by the combined efforts of a couple of Formation Masters with an unstoppable force. Chapter 862. The powerful spiritual strength was like an invisible storm that engulfed the city gate. The spiritual blade formed by the combined efforts of the 5 Formation Masters was like a thin piece of paper under this storm and was instantly torn to shreds. Such a battle result could only be described with the words crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In the face of absolute power, numbers could not decide anything. The powerful spiritual storm not only tore the spiritual blade into shreds, but it also forced everyone within 100 feet of Xiao Yan to retreat. This was especially the case for the 5 Formation Masters who had attacked Xiao Yan earlier. At the same time that the powerful spiritual storm tore apart the sharp spiritual blades, it also heavily smashed into their chests. The bodies of the 5 people immediately appeared to have been struck by lightning as they flew back uncontrollably. After which, they smashed heavily into the wall. When they landed on the ground, everyone's faces had turned pale. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. When they lifted their heads, their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Although the 5 of them were not considered powerful Formation Masters, they were still rank 2 Formation Masters. The spiritual strength that the 5 of them had gathered together was unbelievably powerful. However, it was still instantly torn apart by this black-robed young man in front of them. The spiritual strength that this person possessed had actually far surpassed theirs. Hua! At this moment, the faces of the surrounding passers-by also revealed a shocked expression. Originally, they thought that the strength of this black-robed, young man's dochi was already sufficient to cause people to feel shocked. However, they did not expect that his spiritual strength was actually this frightening. Just where did this black-robed young man come from? In an instant, the surrounding passers-by began to whisper. Their gazes occasionally glanced at the black-robed young man standing proudly in the middle of the square. Their eyes involuntarily surged with respect. This was respect for the strong. Such a large commotion at the city gate had naturally alarmed the people within Jinyao City. Following which, just as the crowd was making noise, an old man in a golden robe slowly descended from above the city gate. The old man's figure descended and his pair of turbid old eyes swept across the square. After which, his gaze immediately landed on the formation master who had spoken to Xiao Yan earlier. What happened? The old man's tone was slightly heavy as he spoke with some displeasure. Manager Dan, he was the one who attacked first. He injured our people from the Array Master Association. That middle-aged man pointed his finger at Xiao Yan. The moment the words came out of his mouth, he pushed all the blame onto Xiao Yan. As for the surrounding passers-by, they all chose to remain silent. If the person who had come was just an ordinary manager, they might still argue a little for Xiao Yan. However, when they saw that the person who had come was actually this old man, a deep fear involuntarily surged onto the faces of everyone present. Clearly, the position of this old man in everyone's hearts was quite high. As for Xiao Yan, he had completely ignored these words Dan. The old man in front of him was clearly a member of the Formation Master Association. His heart was naturally on their side. In this kind of situation, regardless of how Xiao Yan tried to explain, the old man would only see him as quibbling. It was completely useless. Moreover, given Xiao Yan's strength, he did not have the slightest fear when facing this old man. A 4-star Do D and a rank 3 Formation Master. This kind of strength might have quite a high position in Golden City. However, if he wanted to use this to intimidate Xiao Yan, he was thinking too much. Is what he said true? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man's frown deepened. A pair of turbid old eyes instantly looked at Xiao Yan. A sharpness surged into his dark eyes as he asked in a questioning tone. What are you talking about? If you want to accuse me of something, just come at me if you want to attack. Why is there a need to speak so much nonsense? Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he spoke in a cold tone. Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you have injured a formation master in my Golden Yao City, you must return with the old me and settle this matter. Hearing this, a cold expression surfaced on the face of the golden-robed old man. His voice was hoarse as he let out a low cry. Immediately, his body shook and a powerful force immediately spread out from the old man's body. In a flash, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. His shriveled hand curled into a claw and grabbed at Xiao Yan's right shoulder. In response, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was unusually cold. He raised his hand and swung it at the old man's claw that was pouncing at him. The gentle action did not appear to carry the slightest threat. Even the old man involuntarily let out a cold snort of disdain in his heart. Soon after, the hand claw collided with the back of Xiao Yan's hand, which he had gently swung out. Xiao Yan's body did not move even a little after the attack landed. His raised hand also appeared to have paused in midair. On the other hand, the old man's claw, which was filled with a powerful aura, appeared to have collided with a hard rock at this moment. His entire body involuntarily trembled. Xiao Yan's expression changed. What, this brat? The pupils of the old man's shady eyes suddenly shrunk when he sensed the great strength on Xiao Yan's body. Just as he recovered, Xiao Yan's hand suddenly shook with great force. Immediately, a powerful force poured out like floodwater bursting a dam, sending the golden-robed old man flying with one strike. The old man landed in the crowd outside the city. His footsteps staggered on the ground as he withdrew by 1,000 feet. A row of deep gullies were left behind wherever he passed. In the end, the moment the old man raised his eyes, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly flashed. In the next moment, the old man felt a chill on his neck. A man's hand was gently placed on it. In an instant, the old man's heart was in his throat. His old face was as pale as a sheet of paper from fear. His body instinctively wanted to dodge, but in the next moment, Xiao Yan's cold voice slowly spat out from his mouth. "If you dare to move, I will immediately crush your neck." As he spoke, Xiao Yan's ice-cold hand slightly tightened. The old man's hurried breathing abruptly turned sluggish as his heart immediately filled with fear. At the same time, the surrounding passers-by were shocked once again. They did not expect the black-robed young man to be so powerful. Not only did he easily deal with the 5 second-rank formation masters, but even the old man was not his match. Such strength could truly be considered as terrifying. However, at this moment, just as Xiao Yan's hand was holding the old man in the palm of his hand, 2 figures slowly walked out from the crowd. Their gazes were fixed on Xiao Yan. "Friend, can you let him off on my account?" Chapter 863. 2 human figures slowly stepped forward from the front of the crowd. They walked to an empty space 100 feet away from Xiao Yan. One of them was a young man wearing a white embroidered robe. He cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan and spoke with a smile. As this cold faint laughter sounded, Xiao Yan's gaze also followed and looked at the young man. The young man was wearing a long white embroidered robe. His face was handsome and he had an imposing appearance. At a glance, one would be able to sense that this man was definitely not an ordinary person. Under Xiao Yan's perception of his aura, the thing that caused him to be shocked was that this man's cultivation was actually a little higher than his. He had already reached the middle level of a 6-star Do-D. This kind of cultivation could be considered the strongest among all the people of the younger generation that Xiao Yan had seen. A nearly 2-meter-tall black-robed old man stood beside this young man. A pair of turbid old eyes had also landed on Xiao Yan's body at the same time that Xiao Yan's gaze was looking at the latter. Hiss! At this instant, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened. He had actually sensed an extremely dangerous aura from this old man. This kind of feeling was something that even the leaders of the 4 large sects had never given him. 9-star Do-D. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily changed when he thought of this. An extremely obscure glint swiftly flashed across his eyes. At the same time, a fear involuntarily surged into his heart. Of course, while the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart were changing, his face naturally appeared as calm as before. Hearing the young man's words, Xiao Yan pretended to frown in dissatisfaction. It seemed that he was still unwilling to let the embroidered-robed old man go. "Hee, my friend, you should know that this is Jinhao City. Everyone in the western region admits that this is the world of formation masters. Almost all the powerful formation masters in the western region are gathered here. You hurt the people of the Formation Masters Association here, so they won't let you go easily. Why don't you hand him over to me and let me solve this problem for you? What do you think?" As if he had guessed Xiao Yan's thoughts, the young man's lips parted slightly, revealing a refined smile. At the same time, he stared at Xiao Yan, as if waiting for his answer. Xiao Yan's heart relaxed slightly when he heard this. These words of the young man could be considered to have given Xiao Yan a way out. After all, he did not want to fight with the formation masters in Jinhao City, but they were too overbearing, so he decided to teach them a lesson. It had to be said that the young man had appeared at the right time. His words had solved the problem that Xiao Yan was facing. Xiao Yan was naturally happy to do so. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and then he looked coldly at the golden-robed elder who was being controlled in his palm. The moment the latter came into contact with Xiao Yan's eyes, his entire body involuntarily quivered. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, coldly snorted in disdain. The hand that was grabbing the latter's neck lifted him up and hung him in midair. Quickly following this, Xiao Yan waved his sleeves while everyone was still confused. His wide sleeves heavily smashed into the chest of this old man, sending him flying. He was like a broken sack as he heavily smashed into the ground. In an instant, his entire face turned pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat, forcefully suppressing the fishy sweet smell. The young man did not reveal a displeased expression when he saw this scene. Instead, he looked at the golden-robed old man and a cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Soon after, his gaze turned to Xiao Yan. His face was respectful as he cupped his hands together and laughed softly. Friend, you're really generous. If this matter was done by a reckless person, I'm afraid this guy would not be able to keep his life. Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart when he heard these words. He also cupped his hands to the young man. Without saying anything more, he turned around and walked into Jinyao City. Friend, what's the matter? Suddenly, the young man chuckled again, and Xiao Yan frowned slightly, turning his head to look at the latter with flickering eyes. Nothing, I just saw your strength and wanted to get to know you. My surname is Qin, and my name is Yun. Qin Yun, murmuring in his heart, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly as he thought in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he looked up at the latter and said calmly, Xiao Yan. Hearing this, a warm smile appeared on Qin Yun's face. He nodded at Xiao Yan, then made an inviting gesture and watched as Xiao Yan slowly walked into the city. A moment after Xiao Yan left, the surrounding passers-by once again began to crowd. The human flow swiftly surged into Jinyao City. Taking advantage of the fact that the few formation masters were injured, they did not even take out the payment for the journey. At this time, the golden-robed elder came in front of Qin Yun with a weak face. He respectfully clasped his hands and said in a humble tone, Young Master Qin, thank you for your help. Young Master Qin, thank you for your help earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep my life. It's just a small matter, Manager Dan. You don't have to worry about it. Qin Yun smiled faintly. His amiable appearance caused the gold-robed old man to feel even more respect for him. Immediately, Qin Yun led the black-robed old man, who had been silent all this while, and the two of them walked past this General Manager Dan with one in front and one behind. Damn guy, how dare you hurt me. When I go back and report this to my superiors, I'll make you suffer. Manager Dan cursed hatefully, then turned around and was about to leave. However, the moment he turned around, Qin Yun, who had already moved past him, was standing right in front of him. Immediately, Manager Dan was greatly alarmed. He quickly bowed to the person in front of him and quickly explained, Senior Marshal Brother, I'm sorry. He quickly explained, Young Master Qin, please don't misunderstand. I was scolding that guy, I wanted him to. Enough, didn't you hear what I said earlier? I'll settle this matter for him, meaning that I'll bear all the consequences of this matter. Go back and report this to your superiors. Why, are you planning to let them deal with me? Qin Yun's face darkened, and a murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, because he hid it so well, the person in front of him did not sense it. I don't dare, I just feel that. You don't feel anything. Nothing happened just now. Everything was just your imagination. Go back and do what you should do. You'd better not let me know what you shouldn't do. Qin Yun said indifferently. Then, under Manager Dan's terrified gaze, he turned around again and withdrew his murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared outside Jinyao City. Chapter 864. After entering the city, Xiao Yan did not hesitate and headed straight to the center of Jinyao City. Although there were still more than 2 months before the auction, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for Xiao Yan if he could understand the situation within the auction house. After all, there were many experts in Jinyao City. Even the number of Do-D experts was no less than 10. If he could understand the situation within the auction house, it would be beneficial for Xiao Yan. As Xiao Yan passed through the crowded human flow, he was able to see quite a number of golden-robed formation masters along the way. At the same time, there were many shops on both sides of the street that sold formation plates for a living. However, with Xiao Yan's current eyesight, most of the items in these shops were defective goods that could not enter Xiao Yan's eyes. Only the shops in the middle of the city would have true treasures. Of course, Xiao Yan was not interested in array discs. His goal was purely to understand the situation within the city. Following the crowd, Xiao Yan passed through many streets. At the same time, he discovered that the array masters in Jinyao City were frighteningly overbearing. No matter who it was, as long as they were in Jinyao City, they would be inferior to the array masters. Although Jinyao City was large, almost a third of the people here were array masters. Moreover, the closer he got to the center of the city, the clearer Xiao Yan could feel that there were many existences with extremely powerful spiritual strength in the center of the city. Some of them were so powerful that even Xiao Yan could not compare with them. There was no need to think too much about it. Naturally, it was a formation master whose spiritual strength had reached rank 4. Xiao Yan had only met one formation master of that level ever since he had arrived on the Yuanwu continent. That was the chief of the God-refining sect, Chen Zhen. However, what Xiao Yan did not expect was that within Jinyao City, there was actually a formation master whose spiritual strength was not weaker than Chen Zhen's. Putting it this way, this so-called formation master association was also an extremely strong faction. This point was indeed as Xiao Yan had expected. The western region was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. This place was also a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The so-called 4 great sects were merely the forces on the surface in the western region. Those forces that were hidden in the dark were the ones that could be considered truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a sense of seriousness in his heart. Soon after, he recalled Qin Yun whom he had met at the city gate. I'm afraid this Qin Yun doesn't come from any ordinary faction. Xiao Yan secretly sighed in his heart. Subsequently, the gloomy mood in his heart quickly dissipated. Then, a fiery glow gradually emerged in his eyes as he gradually clenched his fists under his sleeves. Although the western region was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers and was abnormally dangerous, this was what Xiao Yan hoped for. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. Only by walking with the strong would one be able to become stronger. In Xiao Yan's path to becoming a strong expert, which time did he not exchange blows with the strong? Through the pain of blood and tears, he continued to grow and mature. In the end, he was able to grow into a towering tree. At the same time, on the other side. After entering the city, Qin Yun and the black-robed old man behind him walked towards a less populated alley in the city. Along the way, the black-robed old man, who had been silent, finally opened his mouth at this moment. Young master, that young man called Xiao Yan is not ordinary. A hoarse voice was emitted from the black-robed elder's mouth, causing Qin Yun, who was in front of him, to involuntarily pause his footsteps. He turned his head and revealed a surprised expression as he looked at the former. With a teasing smile, he said, to be able to get Uncle He to say such words, that Xiao Yan is definitely not ordinary. Young master is too kind. The black-robed elder bowed respectfully. Immediately, the two of them continued to walk deeper into the alley. At the same time, the black-robed elder continued to speak. That brat's spiritual strength has already reached rank 3. However, he is not a formation master. Therefore, he is definitely an alchemist. Alchemist. Hearing this, Qin Yun involuntarily frowned. However, he did not say anything more and continued to listen. An alchemist is actually able to raise his alchemy skills to such a level while also raising his dou qi. Such a person is rare on the continent. It can be imagined that if nothing unexpected happens, this person will definitely become a strong person of his generation. How is the strong person that you speak of compared to Tianju? As Qin Yun walked, he softly asked. He is only strong and not weak. The black-robed elder said in a serious tone. Ta! Qin Yun's footsteps paused. He instantly turned around. His pair of eyes were as sharp as swords as they stared at the black-robed elder. Seeing this, the latter's expression suddenly changed drastically. He hurriedly bowed deeply to Qin Yun as his heart trembled. Qin Yun was silent. The two of them stood quietly in this strange posture. Neither of them made the first move. Until over 10 breaths later, ha 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 ha, good. Suddenly, Qin Yun emitted a loud laughter from his mouth. The heart of the person in front of him also suddenly relaxed. Haha, good, very good. Since this is the case, I, Qin Yun, will definitely be friends with him. How can I, Qin Yun, miss out on being able to become a strong person in the future? Yan He, go and tell Qi Ming and Xiao Yan of the Formation Master Association that no one is allowed to move. Whoever moves will die. After his voice sounded, without waiting for Yan He to reply, Qin Yun walked forward with a face full of smiles. Yan He, on the other hand, frowned tightly. He raised his head to look at Qin Yun, who was directly walking away. His old eyes revealed a strange expression. However, in the end, he helplessly shook his head and did not think too much about it. His body turned around and he walked toward the center of the city. In addition, bring that manager Dan back. Just as Yan He turned around, Qin Yun's voice was once again transmitted over. Immediately, the expression in Yan He's eyes suddenly focused. Only then did he heave a long sigh of relief in his heart. This was the Qin Yun that he had truly seen before. After Yan He left into the distance, the smile on Qin Yun's face gradually receded until it disappeared. In the end, it turned into a gloomy coldness. On the other side, Xiao Yan had also followed the flow of people and had already arrived at the center of Jinyao City. It was different from what Xiao Yan had imagined. There were no huge buildings here. Instead, it was a huge plaza. At a glance, there was a huge black stone pillar in the center of the plaza. The stone pillar was nearly 10 feet tall and had a diameter of over 2 meters. There were countless talismans engraved on it. Rays of golden light were emitted from it and gradually spread out. Finally, it condensed into a golden barrier in the sky above Jinyao City. From the looks of it, this formation was not only limited to the talismans on the city walls. The stone pillar in the center of the city was the key to the entire formation. Chapter 865. Standing in the huge square, Xiao Yan stared at the black stone pillar. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Suddenly, Xiao Yan regained his senses. His eyes quickly scanned the passers-by around him. His gaze was especially cautious. Xiao Yan once again looked at the stone pillar. His gaze slowly swept over it. Only then did he realize that no one dared to approach the area within 100 feet of the stone pillar. Perhaps it could be said that no one dared to approach it. The area around the stone pillar was like a dangerous place that no one dared to enter. What's going on? Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he sensed this. Just as some doubt arose in Xiao Yan's heart, he saw that a couple of formation masters in the square had actually turned their gazes toward him. Moreover, there was a thread of enmity within their gazes. Slightly shocked, Xiao Yan could not help but take a step forward and walk towards a more crowded area. Only then did he avoid the gazes of those people. Those few people who stared at him earlier were all Tier 3 array masters. Although Xiao Yan had successfully avoided those few people, the black-colored stone pillar caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel even more curious. It seemed that there was something extraordinary about that stone pillar. With the help of his powerful spiritual power, Xiao Yan weaved through the crowd and walked towards the auction house. Along the way, there were a few array masters. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but they all gathered around Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan listened to the news that was transmitted from the crowd as he walked in the direction of the auction house. Only then did he understand in his heart that almost everyone in the city already knew that the Fusang flower would appear in this auction. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was a little slow. He had been looking forward to it for so long. Now that he had reached this place, it was actually something that everyone knew. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head and sighed with a smile when he thought of this. Putting it this way, it was likely that the ring was not something special. Instead, it was a card that the auction house used to advertise the auction. The goal was to maximize the benefits of the auction. Although this kind of advertising method caught Xiao Yan off guard, it must be said that it was because of this that the effect was so obvious. Without mentioning anything else, just the name of the Fusang flower was enough to win the attention of most people. There were still 2.5 months before the auction began. However, there were at least 10 elite Dodi in Jinyao City. These people were all here for the Fusang flower. Every time someone mentioned the Fusang flower, most people's faces would be filled with a wild and crazy expression. The latter's name was equally well known even in this barren land of the continent. The auction in Jinyao City this time around would likely attract the attention of many strong people in the western region. After all, the Fusang flower could increase the spiritual strength of a devourer. This kind of effect was not something that could be obtained through training. After a short while, Xiao Yan arrived in front of the auction house. The huge auction house was located at the northeast corner of the square. It occupied a large area and the building was luxurious and magnificent. It was not inferior to the Tianyun auction house in Yen City. When he arrived at the entrance of the auction house, Xiao Yan glanced at the 2 armored soldiers standing there. He was just about to approach when a few golden-robed figures quickly approached him. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Xiao Yan. The matter that had suddenly occurred in front of the auction house caused quite a number of people to throw their gazes over. Xiao Yan, who was surrounded, could not help but frown slightly. He had been focused on the auction house in front of him earlier and did not notice the approach of these few people. Xiao Yan's gaze swiftly swept over the few people around him. Soon after, his gaze was fixed on a young golden-robed man. This person was one of the 5 rank 2 formation masters who had been sent flying by him at the city gate earlier. Seeing this person, Xiao Yan immediately understood the whole story in his heart. From the looks of it, this fellow in front of him should have found someone to take revenge. Looks like there is a little trouble. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His foot, which had originally taken a step forward, once again landed. His body was fixed on the spot. His gaze turned around and once again swept over these few people. There were a total of 7 people. 3 of them were rank 3 formation masters while the remaining 4, including that young man, were rank 2 formation masters. As for their cultivations, other than the 2 3-star Do D, the rest were all at the level of a 9-star Ban D. Seeing the 4 people around him, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. This Xingyao city was indeed the territory of the formation masters. He did not wish to cause any trouble. However, since the other party insisted on coming to find him, Xiao Yan could use this opportunity to make an example out of them and prevent more trouble. These 7 people who had arrived in a threatening manner also attracted the attention of the surrounding passers-by. Immediately, waves of exclamations were emitted from the surrounding crowd. Hey, isn't this Lu Meng? This fellow is a 3-star Do D. I heard that he had successfully entered the ranks of a rank 3 formation master not long ago. Recently, he has been extremely overbearing in this city. That's right. Recently, quite a number of people have suffered at the hands of this fellow. Who asked him to be a rank 3 formation master? Even if they were angry, they did not dare to say anything. But what are they doing? Are they going to find trouble with others again? Che, haven't you heard? Lu Quan was beaten up by someone at the city gate. It seems that the one who beat him up was a black-robed young man. Looking at this brat's appearance, it should be him. This time around, he is in trouble. Tisk Tsk, Jinyao City is the territory of the Formation Masters. This brat is going to suffer for daring to injure a Formation Master here. Under the pitiful gazes of the surrounding people, the 7 people finally arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Their gazes were filled with hatred as they looked at Xiao Yan. Each of their faces revealed a vicious expression. "Brat, are you the one who injured him earlier?" The leader, a strong golden-robed man, shouted at Xiao Yan in a deep voice. Standing beside him was the rank 2 formation master called Lu Quan by the surrounding passers-by. This person was also the one who had been injured by Xiao Yan earlier. "It's me." Xiao Yan did not even raise his head as he faintly replied. "Brat, you actually dared to snatch a formation master in this Jinyao city. You are really tired of living." Seeing that Xiao Yan actually revealed an indifferent manner, the large man's face immediately revealed a fierce expression. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening spiritual strength immediately surged out. It swiftly agglomerated into an invisible large hand and grabbed at Xiao Yan. Chapter 866. A powerful spiritual strength swarmed out of the large man's body. It swiftly agglomerated into an invisible large hand in the empty space in front of him that grabbed at Xiao Yan. Humph! A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth when faced with the latter's attack. His feet took half a step forward. A thought passed through his mind and the vast and mighty spiritual strength between his brows began to wildly surge out. It formed a spiritual storm that violently collided with the large spiritual hand that was heading toward him. Bang! When the attack landed, an invisible storm swept apart between the two of them. Both of their bodies shook at the same time. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He frowned and took half a step back. At the same time, the large man's expression was dark and ruthless as he took 5 steps back. The burly man had only broken through to become a rank 3 array master not long ago, while Xiao Yan's soul power had already reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist a few years ago. After a few years of accumulation, Xiao Yan had reached the level of a rank 3 advanced alchemist with just his soul power alone. He was only a short distance away from becoming a rank 4 alchemist. There was simply no comparison between the two. The burly man was already lucky to be able to force Xiao Yan back half a step. Seeing that the large man was actually forced back by Xiao Yan, the faces of the few people around him involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Even the expression on the face of the large man had become solemn. Although the person in front of him looked young, his soul power was far above his. It was no wonder that he could easily break through the joint attack of 5 rank 2 array masters. To be able to possess such tyrannical soul power at such a young age, and to be able to face 7 array masters at the same time without batting an eyelid, and to be so calm and collected. This meant that if this person was not strong, then he most likely had a powerful background behind him. With these thoughts in his mind, the burly man could not help but retract the overflowing killing intent in his heart. He knew that in Jinyao City, although array masters were protected due to the rules here, if they offended a powerful faction, even the higher-ups would not be able to save them. Hence, when facing such a person, he had to first understand his background. "Brat, I, Lu Meng, do not kill nameless people. Speak, who are you and where did you come from? Only then will you be worthy of dying in my hands. No need to test me. If you want to kill me, just come. I am alone and have no faction behind me, so you don't have to worry about anyone finding trouble with you if you kill me." Hearing this, Xiao Yan seemed to have seen through the burly man's intention and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The moment Xiao Yan's words sounded, a wave of laughter was immediately emitted from the surrounding passers-by. At the same time, the expressions of the 7 people around Xiao Yan also turned green under this ridicule. The muscles on the corner of their mouths involuntarily twitched intensely. The killing intent in their eyes surged out without the slightest concealment at this moment. Boz. As the killing intent in his heart surged, Lu Meng's body suddenly moved. Do Qi covered the surface of his body as his body rotated in midair. His right leg swung up and viciously chopped down at Xiao Yan from above. A ferocious wind tore the air apart. The pants on the burly man's right leg stuck tightly to the skin on his leg and became as hard as steel at this moment. Lu Meng's ruthless attitude caused quite a number of people in the surrounding to exclaim in surprise. This fellow was indeed as overbearing as the rumors said. However, in the face of Lu Meng's sharp and overbearing ferocious attack, Xiao Yan was too lazy to even lift his eyes. He slowly lifted his right hand and his sleeves moved with it, gently colliding with Lu Meng's right leg. Immediately, a low and deep sonic boom sounded. Soon after, a wind rippled outwards. Lu Meng's expression also abruptly changed at this moment. His body uncontrollably retreated and his feet staggered for dozens of steps. Turning his head, the burly man immediately shot his gaze toward Xiao Yan. His expression was extremely serious. This fellow is actually also a Do Di. The short collision immediately revealed Xiao Yan's strength. Immediately, the surrounding few formation masters and even more passers-by also threw shocked gazes toward Xiao Yan. There were indeed quite a number of Do Di in the western region. However, it was likely that one would not be able to find a Do Di at such a young age even if one searched the entire western region. Damn it. I was really careless this time around. Not only is this brat's spiritual strength stronger than mine, even his cultivation is above mine. The burly man thought in his heart in fear. Soon after, he turned his head and his gaze landed on the few formation masters around him. Immediately, the corner of the burly man's mouth was lifted into a savage smile. Even if your spiritual strength is stronger than mine, even if you are a Do Di, I don't believe that you alone can fight against 7 of us formation masters. The burly man coldly cried out. His gaze swiftly swept over the few formation masters around him. Seeing this, the 6 of them immediately nodded their heads heavily. They exchanged glances with each other and a thought passed through their minds. Powerful spiritual strengths immediately surged out from the bodies of the 7 people like an erupting volcano. They intertwined with each other and swiftly agglomerated into an invisible large net that surrounded Xiao Yan from top to bottom. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned. Although his fighting strength was above theirs, there were after all 3 rank 3 formation masters here. This kind of strength could not be underestimated. However, in order to avoid more trouble, Xiao Yan could only choose to end the battle quickly. The moment he thought of this in his heart, an invisible flame immediately lingered over Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes. The instant Xiao Yan raised his head, a hot flame suddenly surged out from within Xiao Yan's body. It carried an invisible heat wave that spread around Xiao Yan's body. This flame was the Fallen Heart Flame. The Fallen Heart Flame was known as the nemesis of spirits. With the Fallen Heart Flame around, it was not difficult for Xiao Yan to swiftly finish off these few fellows with the overbearing, Fallen Heart Flame, and his own strength even though there were 3 rank 3 formation masters among the few people in front of him. What is this? One of the 7 formation masters involuntarily let out an exclamation when he sensed the invisible heat wave attacking over. He could only feel that his spirit was trembling intensely from the heat wave. However, just as this frightened thought had just appeared in the hearts of the few of them, Xiao Yan swiftly controlled the Fallen Heart Flame. He clenched his large hand and it transformed into an invisible large fire ruler. The moment the large spiritual net fell, it violently hacked at it. Chapter 867. The invisible flaming ruler was swung from the bottom to the top. The moment the net fell, it collided with it. Chi. The expected violent collision did not occur. Instead, there was a sizzling sound that sounded like ice and fire colliding. At the same time, the space where the two collided suddenly distorted. Following that, with a dull explosion, the space above Xiao Yan's head suddenly exploded. As the dull explosion rang out, Xiao Yan stood where he was without a change in expression. His hand trembled slightly, and the invisible flaming ruler in his hand automatically dispersed. Almost at the same time, the faces of the 7 array masters around him instantly turned deathly pale. Their bodies went limp on the ground uncontrollably, and a heart-wrenching pain came from the depths of their minds. The spiritual strength of the few of them could not even withstand a single blow from the invisible flame. The frightening flame swiftly consumed their souls with absolute strength. If they had not withdrawn their remaining spiritual strength in time, it was likely that their spiritual origins would have been seriously injured in the short few breaths of collision. At that time, even their level as array masters would be lowered. If they were not careful, it might even leave them with irreparable sequelae. Thinking of this, the 7 of them were even more terrified. They looked at the black-robed young man in front of them in horror. Using both their hands and feet, their bodies involuntarily retreated. No matter what, they never thought that with the strength of the 7 of them, it would be difficult to be a match for the person in front of them. Other than this, even those passers-by who were observing from the surroundings could not help but reveal shocked expressions on their faces. Numerous gazes gathered on the black-robed, young man in the arena. In an instant, Xiao Yan had become the focus of everyone's eyes. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding passers-by, Xiao Yan looked at the burly man with a sharp gaze. In the collision just now, the burly man had invested the most spiritual strength. This caused his spiritual strength to be the most seriously injured among the 7 people. However, this did not affect Xiao Yan's intention to kill him. Sensing the killing intent within Xiao Yan's gaze, the expression on the large man's face, which was filled with fear, involuntarily changed once again. His body forcefully pulled back as he stared at Xiao Yan with a face filled with fear. He hurriedly roared. "What do you want to do? This is Jinyao City, the territory of the Array Master Association. I did not want to cause trouble, but since you insist on causing trouble for me, I will not be polite to you. So what if you are an Array Master? I will kill you." Xiao Yan's face was ice cold. As he spoke, he slowly stepped forward. Seeing that he had already arrived in front of the burly man, he raised his hand and a dense white flame surged out from his palm. It swiftly covered Xiao Yan's entire hand. Seeing this scene, the burly man immediately felt a great fear in his heart. He could no longer care about his spiritual essence. He forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from deep within his spiritual essence and climbed up with great difficulty. He wanted to escape into the crowd. Xiao Yan would naturally not give this fellow the opportunity to flee when he saw that he was about to do so. His 5 fingers were clenched into a fist as he threw a punch at the large man. It was also at this moment that a powerful voice was suddenly transmitted from the entrance of the auction ground. "Little brother, please have mercy." The powerful voice was transmitted over like a muffled thunder. The voice contained a special strength that caused one's spiritual essence to tremble. One could imagine that it was a spiritual dose skill. However, even with the obstruction of the voice, Xiao Yan did not have any intention of stopping. Relying on his own powerful spiritual strength, the latter directly ignored the soul skill. At the same time, the punch that he threw out did not have the slightest pause. The dense white flame fish turned into a ball of fire in the empty space and directly smashed towards the back of the burly man in front of him. Wherever it passed, numerous pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the invisible empty space. Swoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air suddenly sounded. The person who had spoken earlier was currently charging towards the ball of dense white flame with a gloomy expression, intending to block it. However, no matter how fast that person was, he was still one step behind in the end. When the human figure arrived in front of the ball of fire, the dense white ball of fire coincidentally smashed violently onto the body of the burly man. Immediately, a miserable cry soared into the sky. The dense white flame also rose and was reflected in the eyes of the human figure. For a moment, everyone in the auction house was silent. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they landed on the human figure who had appeared at this moment. Soon after, a wave of surprised gasps sounded. At this moment, the latter was also frowning slightly. His face was helpless as he looked at Xiao Yan. The two of them were only a couple of dozen feet apart. Their eyes looked at each other. Xiao Yan's eyes were as calm as water while the latter's eyes carried a helpless expression. The matter had already developed to such an end. What could he do even if he was dissatisfied in his heart? Did he really want to offend an elite Dodi for a dead person? This was clearly not worth it. The human figure's gaze swept over Xiao Yan from head to toe. Immediately, a strange expression involuntarily flashed across his pair of bright eyes. It was not that he had never seen such a young elite Dodi. It was just that he should have more or less heard of such a person in the western region. However, the person in front of him gave him a completely unfamiliar feeling. This caused him to have no choice but to reconsider the seriousness of this matter. While this human figure was sizing up Xiao Yan, the latter's gaze also swept over the human figure at this moment. At this moment, the person who had appeared in front of Xiao Yan was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a purple round-neck robe. He had a square face, a full beard, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. He had a heroic aura. This was especially the faint aura that seeped out from his body, causing Xiao Yan to feel solemn. The cultivation of the person in front of him was likely not inferior to the leaders of the 4 large sections. This was also a strong 8-star Dodi. This Jinyao city was really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I am Wu Gang, the deputy chairman of this auction house. May I ask for your name? After hesitating for a moment, Wu Gang politely cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan and asked. I am Xiao Yan. Seeing the latter act in this manner, Xiao Yan also cupped his hands together courteously. From the latter's expression, he did not have any intention of pursuing the matter from earlier. This had saved Xiao Yan a lot of trouble. Mister, do you know who he is? Although Wu Gang would not pursue the matter of Lu Meng's death, he could not help but change the topic to this matter. After all, this person had died at the entrance of their auction house. If their auction house did not take any action, it was inevitable that the people from the Formation Master Association would dislike them. Rank 3 Formation Master, a member of the Formation Master Association. Xiao Yan smiled. His smile did not contain the slightest fear. Seeing Xiao Yan reveal such an appearance, Wu Gang could not help but be startled. From the spiritual strength and the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan possessed, Wu Gang could tell that he was an alchemist. However, this was after all Jinyao City, the territory of a formation master. He was actually able to say such words in such a relaxed manner. This really caused one to feel surprised. However, just as Wu Gang was about to open his mouth again, a couple of golden-robed figures swiftly rushed over from the crowd in the distance. Seeing this, the two of them could not help but frown slightly. After which, Wu Gang hurriedly gestured to Xiao Yan to invite him in. Before that group of people arrived, he had already invited Xiao Yan into the auction house. Chapter 868. In the auction house of Jinyao City, Wu Gang was currently leading Xiao Yan into the auction house. President Wu, if you bring me into the auction house, what will happen to the group of people outside? Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Although he did not want to cause trouble, he was not someone who was afraid of trouble. This matter started because of him. Since the people from the Array Formation Master Association had come looking for him, he should be the one to solve it. Now that he had entered the auction house, what would happen to the people outside? Mister, don't worry. Although that group of people is overbearing, they are just a few small fries. They will not do anything. Our auction house people will naturally send them away. Wu Gang laughed heartily and replied to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan finally felt at ease when he heard this. He cupped his hands toward Wu Gang in front of him and said with a face that carried gratitude. Since that is the case, thank you, President Wu. It's no problem. It's just a small matter. Wu Gang laughed softly. After which, he did not say anything else. He led Xiao Yan as his heavy footsteps landed on the ground, emitting a clear sound of footsteps. The two of them unhurriedly walked toward the deepest part of the auction ground. The two of them walked forward. Xiao Yan's gaze looked all around him. The surrounding space was completely dark, causing one to be unable to clearly see just what was there. Therefore, the two of them had only taken a few steps when two night pearls were embedded in the pillars on both sides. They emitted a gentle white light and lit up the tunnel. Xiao Yan's eyes swept across the dark space on both sides and a strange look flashed across his eyes. The darkness did not seem to be caused by the dim light. It was man-made. The interior of the auction house was extremely large. When one raised one's eyes and looked all around, there were pillars that reached all the way to the dome, supporting the entire auction house. Xiao Yan could barely see a couple of rays of sunlight in the distance of his sight. There was also darkness. The strange thing was that the darkness appeared to be slowly wiggling. Xiao Yan only realized that it was merely a black curtain when he carefully looked at it. The open-air auction hall seemed to be shrouded by a huge curtain, and the curtain would not be opened easily until the auction had started. Xiao Yan's gaze returned to the front as he looked at a short distance ahead. Between the pillars, there was a crisscrossing corridor. Every so often, there would be a crossroad. The entire corridor was circular in shape and led straight into the darkness. From afar, it seemed to form an arc. From Xiao Yan's point of view, the interior of this auction ground should be similar to most auction grounds. It was circular in shape. Those winding corridors were also built around the auction ground in the middle. Naturally, only the people in the auction ground were aware of their use. That's right. I saw Mr. standing in front of the auction house earlier. I think you should be here for our auction house. Since that's the case, if Mr. has any questions, feel free to ask. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. While the two of them were silent, Wu Gang suddenly laughed loudly. It was as if he was deliberately trying to break the silence. Hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. He pondered in his heart and said, in fact, I came to the auction house this time because I hoped to know about the auction 2 months later. Mister, you want to ask about Fusang flower, right? The corner of Wu Gang's mouth parted and revealed a crafty smile. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was non-committal as he shrugged his shoulders. There was no need for him to say more about this reason. It was likely that there were quite a number of people who had recently inquired about this matter. It seems that Mr. Xiao Yan should also get that ring. Wu Gang smiled, and there was a flash of light deep in his eyes. Being able to get that ring meant that either the person in front of him had a great background, or he was a powerful person. But no matter which one it was, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to their auction house. The reason why they put the information about Fusang flower into those rings and spread it out was to let those who were really powerful compete with each other. Take the essence and discard the dregs. In this way, the people who could obtain those rings in the end would not dare to say that all of them would, but at least most of them would be people with tyrannical backgrounds. When the time came, with these people participating in the auction, there was no doubt that the value of the items in the auction would be displayed to the greatest extent. Of course, the profit from this would be an extremely huge number. Don't worry, sir. Since we've cast such a big net, the news of Fusang flower can't be wrong. After all, we've done a lot of publicity for this auction. Many people in the western region have been attracted. Even if this is Jinyao City, no one would dare to make such a big joke. That's right. I certainly believe that, but the only thing I am curious about is, Are you really sure that the flower is Fusang flower? Xiao Yan stopped and frowned as he looked at Wu Gang in front of him. Ever since he came to Jinyao City, he had dispelled all his doubts about the authenticity of the Fusang flower. But now, the only thing that made him suspicious was that this Fusang flower was really the Fusang ancient spiritual tree's growth. Was that the Fusang flower? After all, according to Xiao Yan's knowledge, Fusang flowers usually had 5 petals. He had never heard of a Fusang flower with 6 petals. From this point alone, it was enough to make people doubt the authenticity of this Fusang flower. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, even with Wu Gang's temperament, he couldn't help but hesitate. Regarding this question, it seemed that no one had asked him about it recently, and this was exactly what he suspected. According to his knowledge, a 6-petal Fusang flower had never appeared in the entire history of the continent. It was precisely because of this that the owner of the Fusang flower would auction it. Otherwise, who would be willing to auction a Fusang flower that grew from the Fusang ancient spiritual tree? Mr. Xiao Yan, I will not hide it from you. The question that you have raised is also what we have suspected. The Fusang flower is after all a unique flower species in this world. The value of this thing is really immeasurable. However, according to historical records, a 6-petal Fusang flower has never appeared on the continent. Although this is the case, according to the joint examination of our many appraisal grandmasters, this Fusang flower is indeed a Fusang flower that grew from the Fusang ancient spiritual tree. Wu Gang furrowed his brows tightly. Even though he had mentioned that many masters had come together to appraise it, in the end, even he did not dare to believe it in his heart. However, an invisible storm had been stirred up because of the hibiscus flower. It was slowly taking shape in the western wastelands region. Hence, who would care whether the hibiscus flower had 6 petals or not? Xiao Yan knit his brows and fell into deep thought when he heard Wu Gang's words. He was silent for a long time. From Wu Gang's words, he could tell that the former was not lying. Even they themselves doubted the authenticity of the Fusang flower. However, the auction was getting closer and closer. Everything had already reached an irreversible situation. Therefore, no matter whether the Fusang flower was real or fake, they could only follow the development of the situation and take one step at a time. Chapter 869. When Xiao Yan left the auction house, the sky had completely darkened. As night fell, the golden light that shrouded the entire Jinyao city was hidden in the darkness. Although it was already nighttime, Jinyao City was still bustling with activity. The entire city was brightly lit, and although the bustling noises were much lower, it still couldn't cover the lively atmosphere. After chatting for an entire afternoon, the relationship between Xiao Yan and Wu Gang had become much closer. At the same time, Xiao Yan had also learned quite a lot of things related to Jinyao City from Wu Gang. Before Xiao Yan left, Wu Gang had also helped Xiao Yan choose a place to stay. It was located behind the auction house. There was an exclusive pavilion there that had been built by the auction house. Its purpose was to receive some of the more important guests. At the beginning, Xiao Yan declined several times. However, Wu Gang said that Xiao Yan had become a thorn in the side of some people in the Array Master Association. If he went out, he would definitely attract trouble again. With these words and Wu Gang's sincere invitation, Xiao Yan agreed. Xiao Yan stood in the night sky after exiting the auction house. At this place, he was able to clearly sense the pressure that the formation above his head brought. Even he felt a little terrified in his heart when faced with that thing. This array was definitely not comparable to an ordinary rank 3 or rank 4 array. It was likely that this thing was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was really hard to imagine that there would be such a huge array in the western region. The strength of the person who could engrave such an array was probably extraordinary. After exclaiming a little in his heart, Xiao Yan returned to the front of the pavilion. He arrived in the air above the pavilion that he was staying in and stood on it. However, he did not enter. Instead, his expression was solemn as he carefully thought about something in his heart. From the conversation with Wu Gang in the afternoon, Xiao Yan knew that this auction had attracted many powerful forces in the western region. Without exception, these forces were all here for the Fusang flower. Although Xiao Yan was still unable to completely confirm the authenticity of the hibiscus flower, based on what Xiao Yan currently knew and the image that he had seen within the ring, it was very likely that this hibiscus flower was the real one. Hence, without considering its authenticity, just the fact that this flower was able to cause so many large factions to change their expressions meant that Xiao Yan needed to fight for it. However, it was also because the auction this time around was unprecedentedly grand that Xiao Yan had no choice but to give it a try in order to be able to take out a truly powerful auction item. With Xiao Yan's current spiritual power, he had already reached the peak of a rank 3 alchemist. He was even stronger than an ordinary rank 3 advanced alchemist. According to the spiritual power of the consolidation stage, Xiao Yan's spiritual power had already entered the intermediate consolidation stage. He was only a step away from the advanced consolidation stage. However, it was this step that caused Xiao Yan to be unable to refine a rank 4 elixir. This was also the biggest obstacle that Xiao Yan was facing now. In an auction of this level, unless one took out a tier 4 medicinal pill, it would be very difficult to obtain the hibiscus flower in the final auction. However, with the medicinal pill storage within Xiao Yan's storage ring, it was not that he did not have tier 4 medicinal pills. However, he only had a couple of them. Moreover, most of the medicinal pills were used to treat injuries. Hence, he needed to take out a medicinal pill that was truly powerful to obtain the hibiscus flower. For this reason, Xiao Yan rummaged in his storage ring for a long time. Finally, he took out a simple elixir formula. This was a rank 4 elixir formula called the Spirit Awakening Elixir. This elixir could not heal one's injuries, nor could it increase one's cultivation. However, it had an effect that no other elixir could match. The Spirit Awakening Elixir could expel the impurities in a cultivator's body. The path of cultivation was extremely long. If one wanted to become a truly powerful person, it would take a lot of time. If it was short, it would take tens of years. If it was long, it would take hundreds of years. In order to reduce the time needed for cultivation, those miraculous elixirs that could increase one's cultivation had undoubtedly become something that everyone yearned for in their hearts. After all, just one elixir alone could reduce tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Who would not be envious of such a good thing? Therefore, a large number of elixirs that could be used to increase one's cultivation were born from this. However, elixirs were after all external objects. This was admittedly a shortcut, but after the elixir was consumed, even if it was completely refined, the original medicinal strength of the elixir would still more or less remain in one's body. If one consumed the elixir for a long time, the medicinal strength would continue to accumulate within the cultivator's body, becoming a hidden danger that was difficult to remove. Once the medicinal strength accumulated too much, it would at least affect one's cultivation and at worst destroy one's future, turning everything into nothing in an instant. Therefore, once an elixir like the Spirit Awakening Elixir appeared on the market, it would definitely cause quite a big commotion. This was especially true for the Spirit Awakening Elixir. As a rank 4 elixir, the medicinal strength it contained was enough to help a Dodi get rid of the impure medicinal strength within his body. Therefore, once the Spirit Awakening Elixir was successfully refined, Xiao Yan believed that it would definitely become a dark horse in this auction. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's calm face. His heart also held a longing feeling. After recovering, Xiao Yan recalled that with his ability as a rank 3 alchemist, it seemed that he was still unable to refine a rank 4 elixir. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan could not help but quietly smile bitterly. However, soon after, the corner of his mouth parted to form an arc. Although he was not a rank 4 alchemist, the fortunate thing was that in the hands of an alchemist, he seemed to be able to refine some strange medicinal pills. For example, the Rising Spirit Pill. The Rising Spirit Pill was a rank 4 elixir. It was able to raise a person's spiritual strength by a large amount for a period of time after consuming it. Originally, Xiao Yan did not have such a thing. However, this time around, he had coincidentally obtained one from the storage rings of the 7 people. Looking at Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, if he were to consume the Rising Spirit Pill, his spiritual strength would greatly increase. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, it was likely that he would at least be comparable to a rank 4 middle-level alchemist. The Spirit Awakening Elixir was merely a rank 4 initial-level elixir. Therefore, with the support of the Rising Spirit Pill, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength would be sufficient to support him in refining the Spirit Awakening Elixir. At that time, Xiao Yan would have enough confidence to compete with the various factions at the auction. As for now, Xiao Yan planned to raise his body's condition to its peak. This way, even the success rate of refining the Spirit Awakening Elixir would increase by quite a bit. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan did not hesitate any longer. Crossing his legs, he sat on the roof of the building. As Xiao Yan closed his eyes, the flame art qi method within his body also quietly began to circulate at this moment. Chapter 870. In the night sky, Xiao Yan's body sat cross-legged without moving, much like an old monk meditating. As Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in this manner, the flame mantra, qi method within his body began to circulate. Soon after, a special suction force gradually surged out from the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. Waves of mottled natural energy appeared to be attracted by something as they gathered toward Xiao Yan. Under this kind of slow training, the aura within Xiao Yan's body was also slowly rising at a speed that was nearly undetectable. This was because the dou qi that he had exhausted during the fight with those few people during the day was swiftly recovering in the night. In less than 2 hours, the aura within Xiao Yan's body had once again recovered to its peak. Xiao Yan's heart was completely calm without any ripples. His breathing had become slow and orderly. Gradually, the circulating flame mantra, qi method within his body also gradually stopped. His condition had completely recovered to its peak. Under this kind of condition, even a 7-star dou di would not be able to easily injure Xiao Yan. Hoo-hoo, in the dark night, Xiao Yan appeared to have felt the wind blowing toward him. The wind was filled with a dark aura and was extremely cold. When it brushed past Xiao Yan's body, it was as light as a thread of gauze. At the same time, it was also like a thin blade that violently cut across Xiao Yan's entire body. Hiss, although he was clearly not injured, Xiao Yan appeared to have suffered some kind of torture. His heart suddenly tightened and the muscles all over his body involuntarily tensed up. It was as though he wanted to resist this cold wind. However, his tightly shut eyes still did not open. His face was also expressionless. All the pain was actually just the feeling in the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. At this moment, Xiao Yan seemed to have entered a special state. Hoo-hoo-hoo, in the dark night, the storm seemed to have become even more violent. The whistling sound of the wind sounded beside Xiao Yan's ears, but it was as sharp as the screams of ghosts. Invisible wind blades mercilessly cut across Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan tightly clenched his teeth in his heart as he endured the pain that he should not have felt. What was going on? How could a mere chilly wind cause him such pain? Why? Xiao Yan was extremely puzzled. This was the weakest energy in the world, how could it hurt him? Gusts of chilly wind reverberated endlessly in Xiao Yan's heart, fiercely slamming into his defenseless soul. At this moment, Xiao Yan only felt that all his defenses were futile. Xiao Yan desperately tried to resist the cold wind, but in the end, all he got was a merciless whipping. Xiao Yan felt heart-wrenching pain all over his body. At a certain point, Xiao Yan no longer had the strength to resist. He could only run with the wind in an attempt to reduce the damage that the cold wind brought to him. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Yan turned and ran in the direction of the chilly wind, Xiao Yan only felt that his speed had increased a lot in an instant. His steps were like a ghost. When he turned his head to look, the chilly wind seemed to have condensed into a substance, like a black wave, chasing after Xiao Yan. Aware of this, Xiao Yan's heart tightened. He hurriedly ran away, his heart was filled with fear. He seemed to have never encountered such a situation. Was this the power of this world? In front of it, the so-called human power, fighting spirit, and soul were nothing. After all, even human beings were just a speck of dust in this world. Xiao Yan ran forward frantically. The faster his feet moved, the stronger the chilly wind behind him. The latter seemed to always tacitly keep a certain distance from Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan was slow, the latter was slow. When Xiao Yan was fast, the latter was fast too. In this way, rather than saying that the chilly wind was chasing after Xiao Yan, it would be better to say that the chilly wind was following Xiao Yan's footsteps. Buzz! Suddenly, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were wide as he stared at the empty pitch-black night sky in front of him. Who? Immediately after, the chilly wind blew past Xiao Yan's body. This time, Xiao Yan did not feel any pain. On the contrary, he seemed to have faintly sensed something. The moment the chilly wind blew past Xiao Yan's body, there seemed to be an inexplicable power in the wind that brushed past Xiao Yan's body. That power existed for an extremely short period of time, causing Xiao Yan to be unable to capture it. That is, Xiao Yan's heart froze for a moment. Although that power seemed ethereal, he believed that it was not impossible to capture it. He only needed to grasp the right timing. Moreover, the feeling that the power gave Xiao Yan was extremely similar to the invisible power that Xiao Yan had felt before. He did not know if Xiao Yan would be able to release such a ferocious power if he was able to capture this aura. If he could control the power of the world, it would undoubtedly cause Xiao Yan's overall fighting strength to greatly increase. Immediately after, another chilly wind blew past. Who? Xiao Yan held his breath and concentrated, using his mind to feel the energy contained within the chilly wind. The energy only existed for a short moment. If he wanted to capture it, Xiao Yan had to be fast, accurate and ruthless. If he could capture one of the three, it would not be difficult to use it to increase his strength. Huff 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 huff, Xiao Yan seemed to have underestimated the difficulty involved in this. Although he could feel the strange power contained within the chilly wind every time, the time that power appeared was extremely short. Even with Xiao Yan's temperament, every time he made a move, there was still a huge difference in the time it took. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, in less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Yan had already made a move over 100 times. However, every time, he returned empty-handed. That power seemed to be alive. No matter how Xiao Yan grasped the time in his heart, every time Xiao Yan was about to successfully capture it, it would always use an extremely ingenious method to escape from Xiao Yan's fingertips. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Why? I have clearly calculated every time to make a move. I can clearly catch it, but why is it that every time, wait, I calculated the time. Just as Xiao Yan was feeling disappointed over the hundreds of failures in his heart, Xiao Yan suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He remembered that just now, in that strange state, he and the chilly wind behind him maintained the appearance of advancing and retreating together. When Xiao Yan advanced, the chilly wind advanced. When Xiao Yan retreated, the chilly wind also retreated. In other words, the key to whether or not he could catch that wisp of energy did not depend on whether Xiao Yan made a move or not, but on the thoughts in his heart. As long as Xiao Yan's heart was free of distractions, that wisp of energy would naturally stay in front of Xiao Yan. With such thoughts in his heart, Xiao Yan boldly made an attempt. Huff, the chilly wind blew. This time, Xiao Yan completely relaxed his mind and threw all the thoughts in his heart to the back of his mind. The bottom of his heart was calm, like a deep pool, calm and deep, without any waves. The chilly wind blew past. Xiao Yan extended his hand to grab it. He did not deliberately feel the existence of that energy, leaving behind a blank space in his palm. It was as if that energy had really been absorbed into Xiao Yan's palm. Immediately, the instant Xiao Yan's 5 fingers closed, Xiao Yan's heart moved, and his tightly clenched palms suddenly trembled. After which, Xiao Yan clearly felt a formless energy suddenly surge into his body. Success. Chapter 871. It's a success. The moment that thread of strength surged into his body, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily let out an exclamation. A fiery hot emotion that he could not suppress surged out of his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the turbulent spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged into his body. It moved along his chi paths and swiftly entered his right arm. In the blink of an eye, it had surrounded that energy. Xiao Yan's mind looked into his body and carefully observed. At this moment, the strange energy was trapped in Xiao Yan's elbow under the encirclement of soul power. From Xiao Yan's current state, the energy was like an invisible airflow. It curled into a ball under the encirclement of soul power and existed in the meridians between the bones. Looking from the outside, Xiao Yan's right arm was swollen high, as if something was blocking it. However, fortunately, Xiao Yan did not feel any pain because of this. At this moment, although the energy existed in Xiao Yan's body, it did not bring any pain to the latter. Instead, it made Xiao Yan pleasantly surprised. At this moment, Xiao Yan was imagining if he could devour this strange energy, would his fighting strength increase? With this question in his heart, Xiao Yan's mind moved. The invisible soul power transformed into his own appearance. Under the control of his mind, he slowly approached the airflow. Fortunately, when Xiao Yan came in front of the airflow, the latter did not cause any reaction. It was as if the airflow could be directly devoured by Xiao Yan. When he came in front of the airflow, Xiao Yan did not know where to start. The emotions in his heart gradually became nervous. At the same time, Xiao Yan could clearly see that the airflow in front of him seemed to have begun to flow violently the moment his emotions fluctuated. Noticing this, Xiao Yan was stunned. His eyes flickered and he quickly took 2 steps back. As the emotions in his heart relaxed, the airflow in front of him calmed down again. Seeing this, Xiao Yan seemed to have understood something. This ball of energy was the same as when Xiao Yan had captured it. Its reaction all came from Xiao Yan's inner emotions. As long as Xiao Yan's heart was calm, this ball of energy should not show any signs of rebellion. Xiao Yan's face immediately revealed a joyous smile after having thought this through in his heart. In this way, it would be extremely easy to swallow this cluster of energy. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan gradually relaxed his entire body. His breathing became even and smooth, and his heart gradually calmed down. Just a moment ago, he had been ecstatic because he had absorbed the energy into his body. Now, with his orderly breathing, Xiao Yan's breathing became long and steady. Until a certain moment, Xiao Yan's breathing had completely stabilized. His heart was calm without any ripples, and all distracting thoughts were thrown to the back of his mind by Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan's gaze once again land on the ball of invisible airflow in front of him. As Xiao Yan's emotions became calm, the ball of airflow in front of him also became as calm as the surface of a lake, without any ripples. The illusionary palm slowly opened. With a puffed sound, a thick white flame rose. The flame spread. The frighteningly high temperature finally caused the ball of invisible airflow to become slightly distorted. Xiao Yan's heart was calm. The flame spread and completely wrapped around the ball of invisible airflow. Do qi was poured in, the flame rose, and the refinement began. With regards to this kind of unknown energy, forget about Xiao Yan, it was likely that no one would dare to easily devour it. Hence, to be safe, Xiao Yan could only completely refine it. Only then would he be able to truly feel at ease. The invisible airflow continued to distort intensely under the wrapping of the flame. Occasionally, a slight chi-chi sound would be emitted from it. One could clearly see threads of white fog being emitted from it. After which, it would be turned into nothingness under the refinement of the bone-chilling flame. The refinement process continued for an entire hour. In the end, the ball of invisible airflow became as clear as water. It was as though nothing existed in the middle of the refinement of the heavenly flame. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan scatter the flame. His spiritual strength continued to wrap around the ball of invisible airflow. He carefully probed this ball of strange airflow that seemed to have nothing. Finally, he made a decision in his heart. The instant Xiao Yan withdrew his spiritual strength, the invisible airflow immediately began to swiftly circulate. It was as though it was being pulled by something. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the various qi paths in Xiao Yan's body and arrived at the vortex. Under Xiao Yan's stunned gaze, it emitted a swoosh sound and disappeared into the vortex space. Why is this thing? In an instant, Xiao Yan's heart was greatly alarmed. The vortex space was the foundation of his cultivation. Once the vortex space was destroyed, his cultivation would definitely be greatly affected. However, after Xiao Yan had poured his spiritual strength into the vortex space, no matter how crazily Xiao Yan searched, he could no longer sense the airflow. Immediately after, just as Xiao Yan's emotions were undergoing a drastic change, the full sea of Do Qi within the vortex space suddenly began to churn. The turbulent Do Qi flowed wildly. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, it actually turned into a huge vortex. The majestic Do Qi was no longer under Xiao Yan's control. Wave after wave of Do Qi gathered at the deepest part of the vortex as though it was being pulled by some kind of force. At the same time, a familiar aura was transmitted from the bottom of the vortex. Moreover, that aura was still crazily rising at an extremely fast speed. This was the invisible airflow. That airflow was actually swallowing the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's vortex space. This kind of helpless situation caused Xiao Yan's heart to be greatly shocked. This was the first time that he had felt so powerless in the face of danger. Xiao Yan could only watch as the Do Qi within his vortex space was invisibly being sucked away. However, he was unable to do anything. At this very moment, Xiao Yan only felt that he had made a huge mistake. He should not have easily tried this kind of unknown force. He also did not expect that the result would actually cause him to walk to the edge of destruction. In just a short moment, the Do Qi within the vortex space was completely swallowed by the invisible airflow. At the same time, the volume of the airflow had already expanded to the point where it could fill the entire vortex space. Moreover, this airflow seemed to be gradually expanding. At the same time, the vortex space also expanded along with it, appearing as though it was about to explode. Under the situation where there was no support from Do Qi, the vortex exploding would create an irreversible situation for Xiao Yan. At that time, the cultivation that he had painstakingly obtained would also be completely gone. Is it over like this? Chapter 872. Is it over just like this? Xiao Yan lowered his head in disappointment and muttered with a strong unwillingness. He was just like a flower that was about to wither. Even though Xiao Yan had always been filled with confidence and had an uncompromising attitude toward everything, the situation would often take a 180-degree turn when he was in a hopeless situation. However, this was usually under the premise that there was someone helping him. This time, however, it was different. There was no help and there was no way to retaliate. Xiao Yan even felt that he was unable to control his breathing. It was as though this body no longer belonged to him. The swollen qi continued to swell and the vortex space expanded along with it. If it was any other time, Xiao Yan's heart would definitely be filled with joy when he saw the vortex space expand. He could not wait for the vortex space to expand a few more times. The expansion of the vortex space meant that the amount of Do Qi that Xiao Yan could absorb would also increase. Naturally, his own fighting strength would also be able to obtain a qualitative increase. However, according to usual practice, this kind of expansion would only have an obvious increase when one's training was about to break through. During normal times, this kind of expansion was basically impossible. However, at this moment, although the vortex space was continuously expanding, Xiao Yan did not feel even the slightest bit of joy in his heart. Without the support of Do Qi, once the vortex space exploded, it would only cause all of Xiao Yan's cultivation to be destroyed and he would instantly become a cripple. At that time, forget about reviving Xiao Xian, it would be difficult for him to even walk out of Jinyao City alive. Could it be that today was the day that he, Xiao Yan, would die? Xiao Yan's heart was filled with fear when he thought of this. He had never imagined that he would actually die in his own hands in the end. It was likely that even the people from the 4 large sects had never expected this. A desolate feeling involuntarily surged in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. Once his Do Qi was destroyed, even if he relied on his spiritual strength, it would be difficult for Xiao Yan to stand out. From the looks of it, his trip to the Yuanwu continent would end today. Even though he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, it seemed that this was the truth. He hadn't even seen the splendid scenery of this continent, hadn't even competed with other heroes, hadn't even experienced a hearty battle, and everything had ended just like that. Gotcha! In the next moment, within Xiao Yan's body, within the vortex space, there was a crisp sound of an explosion. Xiao Yan didn't even need to look to know that this was the vortex space. As the airflow continued to expand, it finally couldn't withstand it and exploded with a bang. Ancestor Xiao Yan, your grandson Xiao Yan is unfilial. Please forgive me. Within the cyclone space, Xiao Yan's virtual shadow closed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Tears of unwillingness appeared in the corners of his eyes. Everything came to an end, bang. Soon after, a frightening Do Qi wave violently washed over Xiao Yan's invisible body like a yellow river bursting its banks. In an instant, it filled the cyclone space. At this moment, looking at it, not only did the cyclone space not break apart as Xiao Yan had expected, it had instead succeeded in expanding by quite a lot. From the looks of it at this moment, the size of this cyclone space was not inferior to the cyclone space of a 6-star Do Di. In other words, with the thickness of Xiao Yan's Do Qi, the heavenly flame, the various tactics, and this greatly expanded cyclone space, it was likely that Xiao Yan's current ordinary fighting strength would not be inferior to an ordinary 6-star Do Di. Once they were to truly fight and use all of their strength, it was likely that Xiao Yan's fighting strength would once again need to be re-evaluated. Crack! The instant this Do Qi wave swept over, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened. His gaze was surprised as he looked at everything that had appeared in front of him. His heart was stunned. However, it was also at this moment that there seemed to be an unknown barrier deep within Xiao Yan's body that suddenly shattered at this moment. Looking from the outside world, Xiao Yan's figure was seated cross-legged in the night sky. The instant that clear cracking sound appeared within his body, a violent wild wind blew across the sky without any warning. The whistling hurricane agglomerated into an enormous tornado in the night sky. With Xiao Yan at the middle, it swiftly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it covered a large area of the sky. At this moment, even the enormous formation in the sky was affected by this hurricane. Buzz buzz buzz, a couple of human figures were seated cross-legged within a certain brightly lit large hall in Jinyao City in the night sky. In front of the few of them was a thick, dark black stone pillar. This stone pillar was the stone pillar that Xiao Yan had seen in the middle of the square during the day. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed on the originally calm stone pillar. Immediately, the tightly shut eyes of the 3 human figures seated cross-legged in front of the stone pillar in the large hall suddenly opened. 3 pairs of turbid old eyes instantly looked at the stone pillar in front of them. However, the instant their gazes landed on the stone pillar, the originally bright golden light swiftly dimmed. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them exchanged glances with each other. Each of them frowned and involuntarily let out a cold snort in their hearts. It's fine. It should be someone who has unintentionally touched it. Seeing that the golden light had only lasted for an instant before disappearing, an old man wearing a brocade robe among the three of them frowned slightly. His tone was somewhat low and deep as he spoke. Damn it. If this old man sees someone who touches the boundary next time, this old man will definitely pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Ah, old Hua, I think you should restrain your temper. Today, that family's young master has already arrived in the city. If you still dare to act like this after seeing him, it will not be a joke. Humph, Chi Ming, take care of yourself. I naturally know how to deal with that brat. Upon hearing the words of the person beside him, an old man wearing a golden robe in the hall immediately shouted coldly. However, the person who was shouted at had an indifferent expression. Clearly, he was already used to the latter's bad temper. Soon after, the large hall once again became quiet. At the same time, Xiao Yan was sitting cross-legged within a soul-stirring storm in the empty space of the outside world. It was as though everything that happened in this world had nothing to do with him. In the night sky, as the hurricane became increasingly violent, the empty space suddenly shattered and turned into an endless void. Soon after, threads of pitch-black energy light spots seemed to be attracted by some kind of power as they surged out from the endless void. They gradually merged together and swiftly gathered between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. The instant they came into contact with the latter's eyebrows, they were instantly absorbed. A long while later, when the storm scattered, everything within Xiao Yan's body also returned to calmness. By the time Xiao Yan awoke from his stunned state, a white color had already appeared on the distant sky. Unknowingly, a night's time had passed. Chapter 873. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, there was already a whiff of white in the distant horizon. Raising his head to look at the sky, the stars in the night sky had already disappeared. There was only a crescent moon that was about to disappear in the distant western horizon. The night had passed and a new day had arrived. This also meant that Xiao Yan was one day closer to the start of the auction. There was not much time left for him to refine the spirit awakening pill. Xiao Yan involuntarily exhaled a long breath when he thought of this. After which, his gaze turned and landed on himself. A bright color involuntarily flashed across his dark black eyes. Although he still did not know what was going on with that stream of air, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that the vortex space in his body had expanded by quite a bit. This expansion was not an illusion that Xiao Yan had sensed. It was real. Xiao Yan carefully inspected every corner of his body with his mind. He realized that after the explosion of the flowing wind, it seemed to have disappeared from his body. No matter how he searched, he was unable to find even the slightest trace of it. Was it really like this? Xiao Yan clearly remembered that not long after the first sound of something exploding rang out, there was clearly another sound. That sound came from within his body and he could hear it clearly. However, now, he could not find any trace of it. This made Xiao Yan feel extremely puzzled. After searching for a long time without any results, Xiao Yan could only temporarily stop searching. He withdrew his spiritual energy and opened his eyes once again. He stood up from the top of the building and was about to fly down. However, in the next instant, just as Xiao Yan's feet moved and displayed the sky extinction steps, a gale suddenly descended from the empty space around Xiao Yan. His body instantly landed on the ground. Xiao Yan immediately felt all the hairs on his body stand. The moment he landed, an uncontrollable dizziness appeared in his mind. His legs swayed a few times and he sat down on the ground. The sudden display of astonishing speed caused Xiao Yan to be unable to react. It was a good while later that Xiao Yan gradually recovered from his shock. The dizziness in his mind gradually faded away. After a rough pondering in his heart, Xiao Yan suddenly seemed to have discovered something. An ecstatic smile immediately surfaced on his panicked face. His gaze continuously swept across his feet and felt the flow of air around him. The joy in his heart was difficult to control. This is the sky extinction steps, have I finally broken through again? The ecstasy in his heart caused Xiao Yan's body to involuntarily tremble. Finally, the sky extinction steps, which had not improved for a long time, had finally broken through again. Back when he was in the southern region, the sky extinction steps had already broken through to the advanced wind-stirring stage. However, after coming to the western region, the sky extinction steps did not improve for a long time. Today, however, after last night's training, he did not know whether it was a coincidence or the effect of the flowing wind, but the sky extinction steps had finally broken through the threshold of the advanced wind-stirring stage. Now, the sky extinction steps could be considered to have officially stepped into the Lingyun Great Realm. The Lingyun Great Realm. This was something that even the ancestor of the Lu clan, Lu Feng, had not been able to achieve. Of course, it could also be due to the factor of his strength. However, at the very least, the sky extinction steps, which had been gloomy for a while, was now finally able to shine in Xiao Yan's hands. Lingyun Great Realm. Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. The ecstasy in his heart could not be described with words. According to the description of the sky extinction steps, when the sky extinction steps was successfully practiced to the Lingyun Great Realm, not only would one's speed be raised to a shocking degree, but at the same time, the Lingyun Great Realm would also bring about an increase in all aspects of the practitioner. On this point, regardless of whether it was the circulation of Do Qi, the speed of one's attacks, or other aspects, they would all be greatly raised. In this way, in addition to the fact that Xiao Yan's vortex space had been greatly expanded, his fighting strength would definitely be raised to another level. The increase in speed in all aspects, in addition to the frightening fighting strength that Xiao Yan originally possessed, at this moment, Xiao Yan no longer had any fear of a 7-star Dodi. If he were to meet anyone from the 4 large sects the next time, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to kill them in a one-on-one fight. As for a 9-star Dodi, Xiao Yan did not know how strong they were for the time being. However, the current sky extinction steps had already broken through to the Lingyun Great Realm. Even if he were to face a 9-star Dodi, regardless of whether he would have the ability to fight, at the very least, he would not be afraid of him. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan immediately felt an even greater joy in his heart. At the same time, he was also surprised by the lucky encounter last night. He did not expect that not only was this lucky encounter filled with twists and turns, the benefits that he had obtained from it caused him to be so excited. From the looks of it now, he did not know what kind of interesting expression the leaders of the 4 large sects would have on their faces when they met him again a couple of months later. Xiao Yan laughed coldly in his heart. Immediately, he withdrew his thoughts. His gaze turned around, only to see that the sun was slowly rising in the eastern sky. Jinhao City, which had been quiet for an entire night, had once again recovered its bustling like yesterday. Moreover, with the approach of the auction, the current Jinhao City would only become more and more bustling by the day. He did not know just what kind of shocking scene would appear in the city on the day of the auction. Of course, regardless of what the situation in the city was like, at the very least, Xiao Yan's thoughts were focused on preparing to refine the awakening pill. Although Xiao Yan had experienced a bumpy journey during the night's training, the final result was delightful. Moreover, even Xiao Yan's current condition was better than before. There was naturally no need to explain the reason behind this. Now, it was time for Xiao Yan to prepare to refine the awakening pill. The pavilion in front of him was not small. It was a full 5 stories tall. Moreover, this was the residence of Xiao Yan alone. It must be said that this auction house was really generous. After entering the dormitory, Xiao Yan casually closed the door and used his spiritual strength to cover the entire room. Only then did he summon the Northern King. The difficulty of refining a Tier 4 medicinal pill in Jinhao City this time around was not small. Adding the existence of those formation masters, it was inevitable that it would cause a commotion in the city when the pill was formed. Xiao Yan would definitely not have the time to care about it. Hence, he could only rely on the Northern King. With the Northern King's current strength, it was likely that as long as it was not a high-class Dodi, it would not cause any trouble. After making all the preparations, Xiao Yan waved his large hand. The storage ring on his finger immediately flashed and a crimson medicinal cauldron suddenly descended. Although Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart that the pill he was refining this time around was a Tier 4 medicinal pill and that using the Luo Tian cauldron would increase the chances of success, he could only use the 10,000 beast cauldron in order to avoid more trouble. Chapter 874. In his room, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on his bed. In front of him, a crimson medicinal cauldron stood tall. It was the 1,000 beast cauldron. At this moment, within the 1,000 beast cauldron, white flames were burning fiercely. The terrifying temperature within the medicinal cauldron rapidly rose. The white flames twisted and transformed, waves of fire colliding against the walls of the medicinal cauldron. The crisp sound of a bell reverberated within the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan's hand was spread out in front of his chest. In his palm, a purple medicinal pill was spinning and floating. This purple medicinal pill was the Rising Spirit Pill. With the help of the Rising Spirit Pill, Xiao Yan could forcibly raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 4 alchemist for a period of time. In this way, even though Xiao Yan was only a rank 3 alchemist, he naturally had the ability to refine rank 4 medicinal pills. But now, although the problem of spiritual strength had been resolved, Xiao Yan only had a short 2.5 months left. Refining a rank 4 medicinal pill in 2.5 months was simply impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. Even a portion of rank 4 alchemists might not have the ability to do so. But the current situation was like this. Time waited for no man. Xiao Yan had to refine a rank 4 medicinal pill in 2.5 months. Thinking back, in order to refine the icy spirit pill, Xiao Yan had spent half a year's time. Although Xiao Yan's cautiousness was a factor, this already showed that a rank 3 medicinal pill was not so easy to refine. Even now, refining a rank 3 medicinal pill would take Xiao Yan at least 2 months. Therefore, refining a rank 4 medicinal pill in 2.5 months was practically impossible. But the current Xiao Yan could no longer afford to hesitate. Refining the Spirit Awakening pill was imperative. Even if he had to give it his all, Xiao Yan had to successfully refine the Spirit Awakening pill within 2.5 months. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly flashed with a hint of determination. If during this period of time, Xiao Yan forcefully stimulated his own strength and borrowed the heavenly flame and the soul strength of a middle rank 4 alchemist, then Xiao Yan believed that it was not impossible to successfully refine the Spirit Awakening pill within 2.5 months. As long as one possessed a powerful spiritual strength and Do Qi, it would not be difficult to refine a medicinal pill within a short period of time. The difficult part was the difficulty of refining a rank 4 medicinal pill. Only when no mistakes were made during the process of refining the medicinal pill would there be a chance of successfully refining the Spirit Awakening pill. In other words, the key to all of this was not time. Instead, it was Xiao Yan's control over the rank 4 medicinal pill. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan finally steeled his heart and swallowed the spirit-raising pill. As the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a surge of spiritual energy. It swiftly surged up and merged into the soul bead in Xiao Yan's mind. Buzz! In an instant, a powerful spiritual energy uncontrollably swept outwards with Xiao Yan as the epicenter, intending to destroy the entire building. Come back! At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly let out an explosive cry in his heart. In an instant, the spiritual energy that was originally wildly sweeping outward seemed to have received an order that could not be disobeyed as it swiftly withdrew. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Xiao Yan's body. Huff, feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body, Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long breath. This kind of powerful feeling really caused one's mood to be carefree. Unfortunately, this kind of strength was only temporary. I don't know when I'll be able to truly possess this kind of power. Gently pulling his hands together, Xiao Yan could even feel that the surging spiritual energy seemed to be about to spew out from his palms, causing him to involuntarily have the impulse to haul towards the sky. Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts. His eyes turned around and immediately landed on the 10,000 beast cauldron in front of him. Immediately, he waved his large sleeves. The storage ring on his finger immediately flickered. After which, numerous rays of light flew out from the storage ring and lingered in front of Xiao Yan. Bang! Xiao Yan slammed his palm on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Soon after, one could hear a muffled sound. The cover of the medicinal cauldron bounced up. The hundreds of medicinal ingredients all flew into the medicinal cauldron under the control of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. The moment the medicinal cauldron cover was closed, a bright light immediately flashed between Xiao Yan's brows. An ancient symbol also appeared. It was the clan tattoo of the Xiao clan. The moment the clan tattoo appeared, the bloodline strength within Xiao Yan's body was immediately activated. The aura of Xiao Yan's body also swiftly soared at this moment. The aura that originally belonged to an advanced 5-star Do Di had already risen to that of an intermediate 6-star Do Di in the blink of an eye. It even showed signs of approaching that of an advanced 6-star Do Di. Following the release of the clan tattoo, a majestic Do Qi wildly poured into the medicinal cauldron in front of him under the control of Xiao Yan's mind. The originally powerful aura of the bone-chilling flame that was burning within it became even more frightening at this moment. The high temperature caused one to feel a wave of heat even though they were separated by the medicinal cauldron. Under this flame, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron swiftly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Numerous medicinal ingredients swiftly withered. The parts that could not be used were incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. The energy within the remaining parts was also gradually refined by the heavenly flame. Refining hundreds of medicinal ingredients at the same time was an extremely great test on one's spiritual strength. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was currently comparable to a rank 4 middle-grade alchemist. Hence, he was completely confident that he could completely refine these medicinal ingredients within a short period of time. The process of refining the medicinal ingredients continued for half a month. During this period of time, Xiao Yan had made a couple of mistakes, causing a portion of the medicinal ingredients to be turned into nothingness within the heavenly flame. It was likely that he could only start over after refining the medicinal ingredients. While Xiao Yan was in a state of pill refinement, the Jinyao city in the outside world was also filled with experts. Various factions continued to swarm into the Jinyao city. After half a month, the number of elite Do Di in the Jinyao city had reached over 20. Even at this moment, there were still countless factions that were continuously rushing over. Time flew by. 2 months swiftly passed. There was less than a week to the start of the auction. The number of experts from various factions in the city had reached an uncountable number. Among these experts, there was actually someone whom Xiao Yan had met not long ago at the Sand River shop. The deputy chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. At this moment, a faint fragrance permeated the air within the room that Xiao Yan was in. The condensation of the medicinal pill had also reached the final stage of forming the pill. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 875. The sun rose from the east. It was another day. Seeing that there was still a week to the opening of the auction, the medicinal pill in Xiao Yan's dormitory had yet to be refined. At this moment, the enormous spiritual strength that Xiao Yan had obtained from swallowing the rising spirit pill was about to be exhausted. Adding this to the crazy exhaustion of his Do Qi over the past 2 months, the current Xiao Yan could be said to be completely exhausted. Even though this was the case, the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron was still spinning under the crazy refinement of the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan did not seem to intend to stop here. He still had one last thing to do. Spirit Ascension. This was a special technique that Yao Lao had taught Xiao Yan. Back then, during the alchemist grand meeting organized by the Pill Tower on the Dochi continent, Xiao Yan had used this technique to raise the quality of the medicinal pill. Now, in order to maximize the medicinal effect of the awakening spirit pill, Xiao Yan had decided to use the Spirit Ascension technique once again. In order to achieve the conditions for the Spirit Ascension, Xiao Yan's current goal was not to complete the refinement of the medicinal pill. Instead, it was to continue refining after the medicinal pill had completed the pill incubation step. In just a moment, Xiao Yan would be able to officially begin the Awakening Spirit Ascension pill. At that time, the Awakening Spirit Ascension pill, which was originally a rank 4 low-grade medicinal pill, would once again be able to be raised. Once the Awakening Spirit Ascension pill was comparable to a rank 4 middle-grade medicinal pill, its value would instantly soar greatly regardless of whether it was a completed pill or a complete pill. This would once again increase the bargaining chip for Xiao Yan in the auction house to obtain the Fusang flower. Hum hum hum, the originally clear sky in Jinyao City suddenly changed. Dark black thunderclouds swiftly agglomerated together and covered Jinyao City in darkness. What happened? What happened? What is that? Could it be that someone is undergoing an emperor's tribulation? No, that's not right. This does not look like an emperor's tribulation. Instead, it looks more like pill lightning. This is Jinyao City, the territory of array masters. Alchemists are their biggest taboo. How could anyone be stupid enough to refine pills here? That's impossible. When the thunderclouds gathered, the people in the city below also became chaotic. Waves of chaotic discussion swiftly spread within the city. Many figures walked in the sky, and their eyes involuntarily looked towards the area directly below the thunderclouds. Behind the auction ground, there was an ancient-looking pavilion. That was where Xiao Yan was located. At the same time, in the Array Formation Master Association in the city, several Array Formation Masters walked out from the hall behind them with furrowed brows and looked in the direction of the auction. Other people might need to make a slight distinction. However, given their familiarity with alchemists, they only needed a glance to easily recognize that the thundercloud was indeed a pill lightning. Who dares to openly refine pills in my Jinyao city? Are you trying to provoke us? Among the few people, a white-haired old man stared in the direction of the pill lightning with a dark expression as he spoke in a low voice. Let's go and take a look. No matter who he is, since he dares to openly provoke our Array Formation Master Association, we must teach him a lesson. A golden-robed old man, who was the leader of the group, coldly snorted. After which, he waved his sleeves and took the lead to walk into the sky. A dozen upper echelons of the Array Formation Master Association followed closely behind him. All of them wore gloomy expressions. Within a short period of time, dozens of experts from different factions had gathered in the sky above Jinyao City above the pavilion that Xiao Yan was in. When they arrived, everyone immediately locked onto the pavilion that Xiao Yan was in. Even though there was no pill fragrance seeping out from it, everyone could clearly sense the powerful fire aura contained within it. Based on this point alone, it was not difficult to recognize that the alchemist who was refining pills was definitely in this pavilion. Rumble. It was also at this moment that the black thundercloud in the sky above Jinyao City suddenly began to churn. Thunder rumbled, shaking everyone's heartstrings. What a terrifying pill lightning. This kind of lightning is probably not something that can be caused by an ordinary pill. From the looks of this pill lightning, the pill that this person is refining is at least a high-grade Class 3 pill. Moreover, it's very likely to be a Class 4 pill. A Class 4 pill. That's a pill that even ordinary origin transformation experts would be interested in. Hee hee, there's going to be a good show to watch now. Discussions filled with surprise constantly rang out from the crowd. Of course, other than that, there was even more ridicule and greed. At the same time, within the room, Xiao Yan had taken out the completed medicinal pill from the medicinal cauldron in front of him. A fierce thick white flame wrapped around it to ensure that the medicinal pill within it would not be affected in any way, allowing it to remain in the state of being nurtured even though the process of nurturing the pill should have ended long ago. After doing all that, Xiao Yan's handsome face had become completely pale. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat constantly rolled down his forehead. The moment they dripped down, they were completely consumed by the heavenly flames, turning into nothingness. Even though his mental state was on the verge of collapse, Xiao Yan still clenched his teeth and endured. He was only waiting for the moment the pill was complete. Even if he lost all of his battle prowess, he would still be able to refine the spirit awakening pill. A pair of dark black eyes penetrated the dense white flame in front of him. His gaze stared intently at the round medicinal pill in the middle of the flame. The strength all over his body swiftly gathered at the tip of his right index finger. After which, he lifted his index finger and gathered his spiritual strength between his index finger and the medicinal pill. It appeared to have constructed a special bridge. After which, Xiao Yan pointed his index finger at the medicinal pill in the middle of the flame and pressed it. Buzz buzz buzz. In the outside world. The people from the Formation Master Association had arrived late, but their powerful deterrents allowed them to pass through the packed crowd without any obstructions. Wherever they went, the people around them would hastily make way for them, as if they were afraid of coming into contact with them. It was as if they had seen a god of plague. Qing Zhihui, I didn't think that even he would come. Other than those three, this fellow is the person with the greatest authority in Jinyao City. It seems that this mysterious alchemist will not only fail to refine the pill, but will also pay a hefty price for it. Among the crowd, a wave of pitying sighs could be heard. Indeed, this mysterious alchemist had to choose Jinyao City of all places to refine pills. This was the territory of the Formation Masters. Refining pills here was a direct provocation. However, just as this group of people from the Formation Master Association arrived, the leader Qing Zhihui's gloomy gaze landed on the pavilion that Xiao Yan was in. Suddenly, a resplendent and magnificent pillar of light shot out from the pavilion that Xiao Yan was in and rushed towards the thunderclouds in the sky. Chapter 876. The resplendent light pillar suddenly soared into the sky. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in the city, it directly penetrated the enormous formation that covered the sky above Jinyao City and entered the thunderclouds. What is this? Immediately, everyone present was stunned. Their eyes suddenly looked at what was happening in the pavilion. This scene was really unbelievable. It was merely the refinement of a medicinal pill. Yet, it actually caused such a huge commotion. This was a little too exaggerated. While everyone in the air was secretly shocked, Xiao Yan was currently focusing all his attention on the medicinal pill in front of him. The little remaining spiritual strength between his brows crazily surged out and gathered around the awakening pill. Under Xiao Yan's control, the heavenly flame surged into the medicinal pill in front of him. Using a special method, the original quality of the medicinal pill was once again raised. The medicinal strength that had yet to be perfectly merged within the medicinal pill was once again merged. Xiao Yan maintained this state for nearly 10 minutes. At the same time, the strange and beautiful light pillar that appeared in front of everyone's eyes also lasted for 10 minutes. Finally, the moment Xiao Yan withdrew his finger, the light pillar that reached the sky also instantly scattered. With the help of the pill melting ring, Xiao Yan easily retrieved the medicinal pill. After which, he once again hurriedly sat down. With a flip of his hand, he swallowed a large amount of medicinal pills without any hesitation. With the help of the heavenly flame, he wildly refined them. At this moment, Xiao Yan was well aware of the situation in the outside world. All of this was within his expectations. Hence, recovering his original condition had become Xiao Yan's top priority. As for the pill lightning and those fellows outside, he would temporarily leave them to the Northern King to deal with. He would make a decision after he had recovered some of his strength. In the outside world, Qing Zhihui's expression was gloomy as he stared at the pavilion in front of him. He was just about to move when his ears emitted a rumbling sound of thunder. Rumble, Association Head Qing, should we attack now? Behind him, a person asked doubtfully. No, let's not attack now. Since the pill lightning has already formed, it means that this fellow has already finished refining the rank 4 medicinal pill. In that case, why don't we wait a little longer and wait for him to endure the pill lightning? At that time, this fellow will definitely be exhausted. When we attack, not only will we be able to finish him off, we will also be able to take back the medicinal pill. Although they did not have a good impression of an alchemist, the value of the medicinal pill caused them to be even more moved. This time around, Qing Zhihui's goal was not just to challenge the dignity of the array master in Jinyao City, but also to obtain the rank 4 medicinal pill. Upon hearing Qing Zhihui's words, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the person behind him. Immediately after, his gaze landed on the pavilion in the middle of the square. He was curious as to what kind of person would dare to refine pills in Jinyao City. Rumble. The rumbling sound of thunder resounded across the sky. Everyone in the sky stood at their original spots as though they had already agreed. Their eyes stared at the pavilion where Xiao Yan was located, as though they were waiting for the pill lightning to descend. Han Dong, who was wearing a black robe, was standing at a certain spot within the crowd. At this moment, the latter's eyebrows were tightly knitted as he stared at the pavilion. There seemed to be a faintly familiar aura at that spot. However, he was unable to truly identify it. There seemed to be a layer of gauze surrounding that aura that covered most of that person's aura. Even though he was a rank 5 alchemist, he was still unable to easily break through the obstruction of that barrier. Perhaps it was because of the owner of that aura, or perhaps it was because the other party was an alchemist, but at this moment, Han Dong's heart actually had an unknown worry for this person. With regards to this point, even Han Dong himself was unable to explain why. On the other side, a young man wearing a white embroidered robe and a tall old man behind him were also staring intently at the pavilion where Xiao Yan was located. These two people were naturally Qin Yun and Yan He, whom Xiao Yan had met once outside of Jinyao City. Given the former's character, he had naturally guessed the identity of this mysterious alchemist long ago. However, the thing that caused him to be surprised was that Xiao Yan was only a rank 3 alchemist, yet he was actually able to refine a rank 4 medicinal pill. This was somewhat unimaginable. However, just as everyone present had different thoughts in their hearts, the thunderclouds in the sky no longer waited. After a deafening rumbling sound of thunder, an enormous thunderbolt carried a terrifying aura that could destroy the world as it ruthlessly smashed towards the pavilion where Xiao Yan was located. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in the sky tightened. There was anticipation, cold laughter, greed, pity, and at the same time, worry. Seeing that the enormous thunderbolt was about to descend, Han Dong and Qin Yun in the crowd quietly circulated the Do Qi within their bodies. They would immediately intervene should the situation not be within their expectations. However, just as the thunderbolt was about to descend and Han Dong and Qin Yun were prepared to intervene, the thunderbolt emitted a bang and heavily collided with the enormous formation in the sky above Jinyao City. The frightening strength suddenly poured down and the expressions of everyone present instantly became dull. Only then did they recover. They had been anticipating that something would happen to Xiao Yan, but they seemed to have forgotten that there was an enormous formation in the sky above Jinyao City that was constantly protecting it. At this moment, when the pill lightning descended, the formation naturally performed its duty and forcefully blocked the first attack of the pill lightning. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the dozens of factions in the city or the members of the Array Master Association, the expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. This was especially the case for the members of the Array Master Association. Their faces were green. It was unexpected that the large formation that was originally used to protect Jingyao City would actually help this mysterious alchemist block the pill lightning. This caused the members of the Array Master Association, who had always viewed alchemists as enemies, to feel extremely embarrassed. However, following the scattering of the first pill lightning, the formation in the sky also gradually disappeared. It was not difficult to tell that someone had purposely scattered the formation to allow the pill lightning to descend. Qin Yun, who was in the crowd, narrowed his eyes when he saw the large formation disappear. A mocking smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he turned his eyes and once again looked at the thunder clouds in the sky. Although the formation had helped Xiao Yan break the first pill lightning, what followed next was only the beginning. Qin Yun coldly laughed in his heart. The instant his eyes fell, he suddenly saw the invisible space above the building where Xiao Yan was located slowly distort. A burly purple-gold figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. From the looks of this figure, who else could it be other than the Northern King? Chapter 877. The unexpected change that had suddenly appeared in the sky caused everyone present to immediately throw their gazes over. A purple-gold tall human figure was standing at the spot where their eyes could see. He stood at the top of the pavilion where Xiao Yan was seated. A pair of empty eyes glanced over everyone present. Soon after, he raised his head and looked to the top of the sky. At that spot, the formation had been scattered and the first pill lightning had been broken. The black mass of thunder clouds temporarily did not move. However, the muffled thunder that was occasionally emitted caused one's heart to tremble. The thunder clouds churned and a cold wind whistled. Lightning glows continued to shoot out from the thunder clouds. The low, deep muffled thunder was like the roar of a beast. The aura that was suppressed within it caused one to feel terrified. This temporary calm did not appear like a clear sky after a storm. Instead, it appeared more like the pressure before a storm. Once the thunderbolt fell, it was likely that the color of this entire place would change because of it. However, all of this was unrelated to the people present. They were currently concerned about this purple-gold strong human figure in front of them. What is that? He does not appear to have any aura. Is he a dead person? That's not right. It is impossible for a dead person to stand in the air. Looking at this body of his, it should be a puppet. Puppet? Hey, this is really funny. Even an elite Do D would not dare to carelessly face a rank 4 pill lightning. With just this puppet, isn't this a joke? How can a puppet be a match for a pill lightning? This is likely a delaying tactic. He is afraid that he does not have the ability to block it. Therefore, he wants to use this puppet to exhaust a portion of the pill lightning strength. However, this idea is really foolish. Unless one has absolute strength, how can a mere puppet easily block a pill lightning? It is really laughable. Mocking laughter was involuntarily emitted from the crowd when they saw the Northern King. On the other hand, those experts from various factions, especially those who were above the strength of a 4-star Do D, involuntarily revealed a fear in their eyes when they looked at the Northern King. At this moment, the puppet in front of them was not as simple as the people around them thought it was. The puppet did not seem to have any aura and looked like an ordinary puppet without any combat power. However, these people could clearly sense the extremely strong murderous aura emanating from the North King's body. This kind of aura was not something that could be easily condensed through killing. This kind of aura was gradually accumulated through battles with countless experts, using the blood of experts to accumulate and pave the way. The strength that those so-called experts possessed would definitely not be inferior to these ordinary elite Do D present. Even the ancestors of some of the factions present might not be able to compare with them. In other words, the strength of the Northern King in front of them was below an ordinary elite Do D. At this moment, it was likely that only those experts with the strength of a 6-star Do D and above could suppress him. What a frightening puppet. No wonder this fellow dares to refine medicinal pills in Jingyao City. It seems that he does have some capital. Some of the powerful elite Do Di in the crowd involuntarily stared at the Northern King with grave expressions. Their hearts were shocked by the latter's great strength. Some of the hidden thoughts in their hearts were quietly dispelled at this moment. On the other side, Han Dong and Qin Yun had also locked their gazes on the Northern King. Surprise involuntarily flashed across their eyes. Soon after, however, the corner of Qin Yun's mouth was lifted into a playful smile. A dark black glint flashed deep within his eyes. Looks like this game is gradually becoming more and more interesting. On the other hand, Han Dong frowned as he stared at the purple-gold Northern King. His heart was filled with doubt. Don't tell me that this fellow is someone from the southern region. At the same time, Qing Zhihui's expression was gloomy as he stared at the Northern King that had appeared in the sky. His heart was solemn. The powerful pressure from the Northern King's body actually caused him to feel a little strained. Fortunately, there was the existence of the pill lightning. No matter how strong this puppet was, it would not be able to remain unharmed. At that time, it would be the turn of the Formation Master Association to act. Bang! At this moment, the pill lightning descended from the sky. The whistling sound of thunder was like the roar of a beast. The shocking thunderbolt mercilessly tore the empty space apart. It was as though it was expressing the fury in its heart. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt had already arrived above the Northern King's head. It looked as though it was about to collide with the Northern King. At this moment, everyone present looked at the Northern King in shock. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that even at this point, this mysterious alchemist still did not intend to let his puppet take action? Wasn't this the same as courting death? Just as this thought appeared in everyone's minds, the Northern King, who had been standing proudly in the sky, suddenly shot up. It was like a cannonball shooting into the sky as it charged into the thunderbolt. What? This shocking scene caused everyone present to feel extremely surprised. Quite a number of people involuntarily exclaimed. It was unexpected that this puppet would be so direct. It was likely that it had used such an extreme method because it knew that it was unable to resist the pill lightning. However, unlike everyone present, the Northern King's body was crazily shuttling through the thunderbolt. The terrifying power of the thunderbolt violently rushed through the Northern King's body. The destructive power of the thunderbolt constantly collided with the Northern King's body in an attempt to completely destroy it. However, just as the Northern King charged into the thunderbolt, a powerful suction force suddenly surged out from the depths of its body and sucked all the surrounding thunderbolt into its body. Under the tempering of the powerful thunderbolt, the purple-gold color on the surface of the Northern King's body became even purer. Thick lightning snakes shuttled back and forth within the Northern King's body. The Northern King's strength increased crazily at this moment. In the end, the Northern King opened its mouth and an even more terrifying suction force spread out from its mouth. The huge thunderbolt was forcefully torn apart, turning into countless bolts of lightning that were as thick as an arm. They were all sucked into the Northern King's body. After the thunderbolt entered its body, the Northern King's body immediately swelled uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King, who was originally the size of a normal person, grew to a height of several dozen feet. Its entire body looked like a huge balloon that could explode at any moment. Instantly, everyone present was shocked by this. All of them were flabbergasted as if they'd seen something that shocked the world. In the next moment, before they could recover from their shock, the Northern King's body suddenly emitted a dazzling purple-gold light. The light was dazzling and shocking. Soon after, a dark black light pillar suddenly shot out of its body toward the sky. It directly entered the thunderclouds in the sky. The vast and mighty thunderbolt came out of the Northern King's body. It seemed to be controlled by some kind of strength as it agglomerated into an enormous, dark black lightning dragon. It coiled around the light pillar and emitted a deafening roar to the sky. The roar was shockingly a thunderous roar. However, the frightening might contained within it caused the majority of the half-martial emperors present to reveal terrified expressions. Their complexions instantly turned as pale as paper. There were even some who were not strong enough to withstand the thunderous roar and vomited blood repeatedly, causing their bodies to become seriously injured. Even those elite Dodi felt a roaring sound in their ears at this moment. Their hearts trembled because of this. However, the scene that appeared in front of them soon after caused them to feel even more disbelief. Or perhaps it was an even more unbelievable horror. The thunderclouds in the sky began to churn uncontrollably under this dragon roar. With the enormous dark black light pillar as the center, they wildly distorted. Finally, they turned into an enormous whirlpool. Numerous thunderbolts shot down uncontrollably and were swallowed by the lightning dragon. After undergoing a strange refinement, they merged into the Northern King's body. Within the pillar of light, the North King's body seemed to be undergoing some kind of baptism. The purplish gold light on his body gradually deepened. The original pitch-black color was like specks of dirt at this moment. Gradually, it was peeled off and replaced with a brand new body of steel. At this moment, the strength of the Northern King had once again broken through. It had reached the level of a 5-star Dodi. However, no one knew just how much the Northern King's strength would increase after it completely swallowed this cluster of thunderclouds. What is going on? This puppet is very strange. Not only did the pill lightning not destroy it, but this thing is actually using the pill lightning to increase its own strength. No wonder this alchemist dares to refine medicine with such great fanfare. It turns out that he has such a strange puppet. If we don't stop it, wouldn't the strength of this puppet rise to a whole new level? Seeing this scene, the people from the Formation Master Association were unable to continue waiting. Their leader, Qing Zhihui, had an especially gloomy expression. Originally, he had wanted to take advantage of this situation to take advantage of the situation. However, it seemed that it would not work. Since this was the case, for the sake of the reputation of the Formation Master Association, he needed to act no matter what. Everyone, attack together and destroy that puppet. We must not allow it to continue. Qing Zhihui coldly snorted. He waved his sleeve and immediately led the people from the Formation Master Association to charge forward. Each of them unleashed the powerful Do Qi within their bodies. With a wave of their sleeves, they transformed into a large number of sharp Do Qi pillars that ruthlessly shot toward the Northern King. Seeing this scene, Han Dong, who was among the crowd, immediately frowned. His body moved and he was about to appear and stop them. However, it was also at this moment that a black and a white figure appeared in front of the empty space where the Northern King was standing. The black-robed figure randomly waved his hand and a powerful force that was like a divine creation skill easily blocked the people from the Formation Master Association. The appearance of this scene not only caused the spectators to be shocked, but also the people from the Formation Master Association present. Qing Zhihui's heart was bursting with anger. As his body paused, he stared angrily at the two people who had appeared in front of him and angrily reprimanded, "Who are you? You actually dare to obstruct the Formation Master Association's business in Jinyao City." It is me, Qin Yun. Chapter 878. In the sky above Jinyao City, at this moment, the formation dissipated, and a black pillar of light towered into the sky. A large group of people gathered there, staring at the two figures who appeared in front of the black pillar of light. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Not far from the two of them, a group of people from the Array Master Association was staring at the two of them. The emotions in their hearts suddenly tensed up when the white-robed young man said his name. Qin Yun. This name might be unfamiliar to most people, but to the Array Formation Master Association, it was an illustrious name. It could be said that it contained a great amount of power. Zhihui didn't know it was young Master Qin. "If I have offended you, please forgive me." Seeing the white-robed young man in front of him, the anger in Qing Zhihui's heart was instantly extinguished. He hurriedly lowered his head and bowed to the two people in front of him. It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, those who don't know are innocent. This young master is not a narrow-minded person. This matter will end here, but now, this young master will not allow you to take half a step closer to this place. Qin Yun raised his white and arrogant face and stared at Qing Zhihui and the group opposite him with a faint smile. His tone was flat. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Qing Zhihui could not help but frown. Refining pills was not allowed in Jinyao City. This was a rule set by the president of the Array Master Association. For so many years, no one had been able to break it. If Xiao Yan succeeded in refining pills today and they did not pursue the matter, then wouldn't the Array Master Association lose all face? Once the punishment was handed down, even if Qing Zhihui was the number 4 person in the Array Master Association, he would not be able to bear it. Qi Ming, I have already sent Yan He to tell you that no one is allowed to touch this person. It seems like you don't take this young master's words to heart. When he saw the troubled expression on Qing Zhihui's face, Qin Yun knew in his heart that he could not make the decision on this matter. Hence, he turned his gaze towards the southwest direction. That was where the plaza in the middle of the city was located. At the same time, it was also where the black stone pillars stood. Others might not know, but Qin Yun was very clear in his heart. Below the stone pillar, below the ground, there was a huge hole. That was where the Array Master Association was located in Golden Glory City. Young master, you're blaming me for this. Since you've personally requested it, the Array Formation Master Association will naturally give you face. However, my subordinates don't know who the person who refined the medicine is. They're just following the rules. I hope young master won't make things difficult for them. Not long after Qin Yun's words sounded, the space in front of everyone became distorted. Soon after, a middle-aged man in a golden robe appeared in front of Qing Zhihui, blocking the people behind him. Following the appearance of this person, the gazes of the crowd also shifted to this middle-aged man at this moment. The middle-aged man was similar to most of the formation masters in the city. He was wearing a golden-colored long robe and had an ordinary build. His head was covered with black hair and he wore a golden-colored crown. His face was refined and he appeared just like a scholar. However, anyone who knew him knew that this person might appear ordinary, but he was a rank 4 formation master. Other than this, he was also an 8-star Do Di. This kind of cultivation and status was not inferior to Qin Zhen from the Western Wasteland region. If I don't make things difficult for them, shouldn't I make things difficult for you? Seeing this person, Qin Yun's eyes flickered. He once again let out a cold snort. However, the expression on his face had recovered. The person in front of him was after all the deputy chairman of the Array Master Association. Even Qin Yun could not be careless when facing the latter. At the very least, now was not the time. Seeing this, Qi Ming immediately bowed and apologized to Qin Yun. He cupped his hands together and said with a face full of smiles, "Young Master Qin, I will apologize on their behalf." Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. It was not appropriate for him to continue pestering Qi Ming. Of course, this kind of result was what he wanted to see the most. When he saw that Qin Yun did not move, Qi Ming turned around and ordered the members of the Array Master Association behind him in a deep voice. Immediately, that group of people shrank their heads and hurriedly withdrew. However, in the blink of an eye, only Qin Yun, Qi Ming, who had just appeared, and the surrounding onlookers were left in the arena. In fact, even those who were related to the Array Master Association did not dare to stay a moment longer as they hurriedly left. "Cuckoo, I am tied up with work. If young Master Qin does not mind, then, let's go." However, this young master hopes that such a thing will not happen a second time. That is only natural. Qi Ming smiled slightly. Soon after, he once again disappeared into the empty space. Only then did Qin Yun turn his eyes to the enormous light pillar behind him. A sharp glint flickered within his eyes. His eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the Northern King within the light pillar. It was not that he had never seen a puppet before. However, he had never seen such a strange puppet that was able to swallow pill lightning and increase its strength. From the looks of it, the strength of the Northern King had already stepped into the middle stage of the 5-star Do-D class. Even though this was the case, the strength of the Northern King was still increasing. From the looks of it, it was likely that it would break through to the 6-star Do-D class. 6-star Do-D. Isn't that the same as me? Qin Yun's heart was slightly startled. It seemed that this Xiao Yan was not an ordinary person. Within the crowd, Han Dong also revealed a surprised expression as he stared at Qin Yun in the square. He felt a little suspicious in his heart. Although he was not familiar with the latter, he knew that this Qin Yun was definitely not what he appeared to be on the surface. He definitely had a motive for everything he did. However, his actions today were a little unexpected. Han Dong's heart involuntarily became even more curious when he thought of this. Just who was the person who was refining medicine within the building at this moment? He was actually able to get Qin Yun to appear for him. At the same time, 3 human figures were standing in the large underground hall of the Formation Master Association. How is it? Have you discovered anything? A colorful robed old man in the large hall asked Qi Ming, who had just appeared. At the same time, a golden-robed, white-haired old man beside him also looked at Qi Ming. Qi Ming frowned when he saw the gazes of the two of them. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. I don't know. That person's soul power is extremely tyrannical. It's not any weaker than yours or mine. Moreover, there seems to be something mixed with it. There's a special kind of power that completely blocked my soul power. I can't investigate the situation in the pavilion at all." What? When they heard that the alchemist's spiritual strength was not inferior to theirs, the expressions of the two people in the hall changed drastically. An alchemist whose spiritual strength was comparable to the 3 of them was no small matter. From Qin Yun's previous actions, it seems that he cares a lot about this person. In the Western region, there are not many people that he cares about. Just who is he? The 3 of them looked at each other. At this moment, all the questions in their hearts were gathered on Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, a day passed by. Only when the sky turned hazy did the black light pillar in the sky disappear. The Northern King, who was within it, was once again exposed to the air. Along with the black light pillar, the thunder clouds in the sky also disappeared. Only at this moment did the pill lightning officially disappear. Xiao Yan, who had been sitting in the building for an entire day, finally opened his eyes at this moment. Chapter 879. Mr. Xiao Yan, I wonder if you can show yourself. Although everyone present had already left, Qin Yun persisted and waited. At this moment, the light pillar had scattered. Not only did it attract the gazes of quite a number of people in the city, but it also caused Qin Yun to sigh in relief within his heart. Seeing that the auction was approaching, it was impossible for him not to see Xiao Yan. Almost at the same time, in a pavilion not too far away, Han Dong, who was wearing a brocade robe, felt his heart jump violently. He could not help but feel astonished. Wasn't the name of the person that Qin Yun had called out Xiao Yan, whom he had met once at the Sand River shop 3 months ago? The latter's amazing alchemy talent and tyrannical cultivation caused Han Dong to remember him in his heart. Especially now that Xiao Yan had joined the Alchemist Alliance, he could be considered as a member of the alliance. With regards to the latter, Han Dong's memory was especially clear. However, he did not expect that the name of the person that Qin Yun was calling out was actually Xiao Yan. However, he did not know if this Xiao Yan and that Xiao Yan were the same person. The same tyrannical alchemy talent, Xiao Yan in Jinyao City, had spiritual strength that had already reached the level of a rank 4 alchemist. In that case, Could it be that the two of them really had the same name? Or could it be that in the short span of 3 months, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had actually jumped from a rank 3 alchemist to a rank 4 alchemist? Wasn't this a little too inconceivable? With doubts in his heart, Han Dong quickly moved closer to the auction house. In the dormitory, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly when he heard the voice that came from the roof. He did not expect that this guy could actually endure until now. It was really surprising. After musing for a moment in his heart, Xiao Yan's body shook slightly. He also got up from the bed. With a thought, he withdrew the spiritual strength on the walls of the house, opened the door and leaped into the sky. Xiao Yan first arrived in front of the Northern King. As he looked at the purple-gold Northern King, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily glowed. A sharp doqi gathered at the tip of his finger and slashed across the Northern King's body like a sharp blade. However, not a single mark could be seen where the doqi passed. Hiss! Xiao Yan's eyes hardened when he saw this scene. He was pleasantly surprised. Soon after, he kept the Northern King into his storage ring. His eyes turned and looked at Qin Yun, who was standing nearby. Young Master Qin Yun, thank you for today. Haha, what is younger brother Xiao Yan saying? This is just a small matter. However, it is unexpected that younger brother Xiao Yan is actually able to remember my name even though we have only met once. I really feel lucky. Qin Yun stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan as he laughed heartily. His handsome face was filled with a kind smile. It was as though he did not care about what had happened during the day. Xiao Yan also smiled and said a few words in agreement when he heard this. A joyous laughter was immediately emitted between the two of them. At the same time, Han Dong stared at the two people in the sky from a building a short distance away. This was especially the case when he saw the black-robed young man. His eyes involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. It is actually him. Han Dong's turbid eyes swept over Xiao Yan. Soon after, he looked at Qin Yun. He was indeed surprised that Xiao Yan was here. However, this person's appearance was the most fatal. Why are the two of them together? This is going to be troublesome. Han Dong frowned. He couldn't help but feel a sense of heaviness in his heart because of Qin Yun's appearance. Although I know that younger brother Xiao Yan is an alchemist, I never thought that you would actually be able to refine a tier 4 medicinal pill. This has truly broadened my horizons. Qin Yun's face was filled with sincerity as he looked at Xiao Yan. This smile caused one to feel comfortable when one looked at it. Additionally, the things that had happened during the day caused even Xiao Yan to have a good impression of the latter. The two of them laughed and chatted for a while, and their relationship seemed to have become much more harmonious. During this period of time, Qin Yun would occasionally ask Xiao Yan about the tier 4 medicinal pills that he had refined, but Xiao Yan would not talk about them one by one, causing Qin Yun to laugh awkwardly. Seeing this, Han Dong, who was in the distance, felt slightly relieved. It was a long while later before Qin Yun left with Yan He. Xiao Yan watched the figures of the two of them disappear into the night. He could not help but feel a sense of suspicion in his heart. From the conversation between the two of them earlier, the latter did not seem to have any ill intentions toward him. Additionally, the two of them had only met by chance. According to Qin Yun's words, the reason why he had helped him was because he admired Xiao Yan's talent. However, it was also because of this that caused Xiao Yan to feel that something was not right. Helpless, Xiao Yan returned to the building not long after Qin Yun left. Although the Spirit Awakening pill had been refined, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength and doqi had been greatly exhausted. After a day of training, Xiao Yan had only recovered his doqi. As for spiritual strength, other than resting, it was not so easy to recover. Hence, in the following few days until the auction began, Xiao Yan could only peacefully recover his strength in his dormitory. Seeing Xiao Yan return to the building, Han Dong was just about to make a move when the latter quickly discovered that a black-robed human figure had suddenly appeared in another building close to Xiao Yan's building. It was quietly monitoring Xiao Yan's building in the dark night. That is Yan He. Han Dong's heart immediately sank when he saw this person. He did not expect that Qin Yun would actually have such a tactic. From the looks of it, he was also worried about whether Xiao Yan would really believe him. From the looks of it, it was likely that it would not work if he wanted to get close to Xiao Yan now. He could only wait for another opportunity. Thinking of this, Han Dong could only helplessly withdraw despite the unwillingness in his heart. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who had returned to his dormitory, simply lay down on the bed. His spiritual strength wrapped around the entire building. In just a short moment, Xiao Yan fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 3 days. During the following 3 days, Xiao Yan remained in a deep sleep. The spiritual strength that he had wildly exhausted during these 2 months was also slowly recovering in this kind of deep sleep. Xiao Yan's originally pale face had already recovered its rosiness. The aura on his body had become even denser than 2 months ago. Indeed, the extreme exhaustion of Do Qi was also a kind of different method of condensing one's strength. Only on the evening of the 3rd day did the groggy Xiao Yan gradually wake up from his deep sleep. At this moment, the aura on his body had also completely recovered. Chapter 880. Xiao Yan had been asleep for 3 days. During this period of time, Qin Yun had visited him countless times. However, no one answered the door each time, giving him the cold shoulder. Even though he was unwilling to accept this, Qin Yun still calmed down and calmly waited for Xiao Yan to wake up. Xiao Yan had been guarding another building near Xiao Yan's building for 3 days. He had been paying attention to Xiao Yan's movements. This caused Han Dong to be unable to approach Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan slowly wake up in the dormitory. His drowsy eyes trembled as he opened them. The scene in front of him turned from blurry to clear. Although it was a long time to sleep for 3 days, Xiao Yan's condition had recovered a lot. Moreover, it had been a long time since he had slept without any scruples like this. After stretching his body a little, Xiao Yan was just about to walk out of the room when he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes immediately shot out an excited glow. He hurriedly raised his hand. A thought passed through his mind and the storage ring on his finger immediately flashed. Soon after, a cluster of white energy the size of a wash basin appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. This cluster of light was Xiao Xian's remnant spirit. Ancestor. Seeing this cluster of light, Xiao Yan's heart, which was originally filled with excitement, swiftly withdrew. He frowned and stared at the milk-white energy cluster in front of him. His heart felt extremely surprised. Xiao Xian had clearly swallowed the spiritual origins of those 7 people, yet he was still unable to wake up. Although he had the support of the spiritual origins of those 7 Do Di, Xiao Xian still seemed unable to wake up. Those spiritual strengths were insufficient to make up for the injuries that Xiao Xian had suffered. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank when he thought of this. It seemed that Xiao Xian's condition was even more troublesome than he had imagined. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to store it back into his storage ring, Xiao Yan clearly saw a thin layer of weak light suddenly flash on the surface of the cluster of light. Ha! Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan immediately rejoiced in his heart. He was certain that he had not seen wrongly. Instead, Xiao Xian's spiritual origins had indeed sent him some kind of signal. Xiao Yan's gaze briefly sized up this cluster of spiritual origins with joy in his heart. Immediately, he extended a finger with a heart filled with hesitation and touched the cluster of spiritual origins in front of him. Bang! It was also at this instant that an extremely powerful spiritual fluctuation suddenly swept out from within the spiritual origins. It was like an invisible storm that instantly shattered the spiritual barrier that Xiao Yan had set up. A powerful spiritual soul storm rushed out of the pavilion, causing Yan He, who was constantly paying attention to the commotion, to take a few steps back. The instant he raised his head, his old face was filled with shock, and his complexion turned deathly pale. What a terrifying spiritual strength! Who is this person? Yan He's heart was filled with fear. He had only felt such tyrannical spiritual strength from those few people in the Array Formation Master Association. However, right now, another guy with such tyrannical spiritual strength had appeared. Who exactly was he? At the same time, Xiao Yan within the dormitory was shaken by the powerful spiritual strength that was being emitted from the spiritual essence in front of him. Such a powerful spiritual strength was something that even he could not compare with. However, why was it that Xiao Xian had yet to awaken? Although Xiao Yan felt extremely uncertain in his heart, the spiritual barrier surrounding the pavilion had already been broken. It no longer had any defenses. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a great pressure. He could only helplessly withdraw the spiritual essence, which was no longer moving, in front of him. He turned his body and appeared in front of the door. At this moment, in the distant sky, a young man in white robes was faintly flying over. It was Qin Yun. He came so quickly. Xiao Yan thought to himself. A smile quickly appeared on his face. He cupped his fists towards the ladder from afar and said with a smile, "Brother Qin Yun, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your aura has become much stronger." Brother Xiao Yan is too polite. I've been looking for you every day for the past few days. Unfortunately, you didn't answer the door every time. I think it's because refining medicine is too hard and you're resting, so I didn't disturb you. Qin Yun also cupped his fists towards Xiao Yan from afar. His face was filled with a warm smile. At a glance, it gave people a good impression of him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He smiled and shrugged, not commenting. I wonder why Brother Qin Yun has come here today. Xiao Yan smiled and said. Brother Xiao Yan, the reason why I have come today is not because of any big matter. The main reason is that I wish to have a chat with brother. The other reason is to prevent that group of bastards from the Formation Master Association. They are not magnanimous people. Now that you have broken their rules, I'm afraid that they will harm you. With me around, at the very least, they will not dare to do anything openly. If that's the case, then thank you, Brother Qin Yun. Xiao Yan nodded with a grateful face. Since the latter had already said so, it was not appropriate for him to overthink. After which, Xiao Yan invited the latter into the building. In the living room, the two of them sat down. Then, Qin Yun raised his head to look at Xiao Yan and said, Brother Xiao Yan, the reason why you refined this rank 4 medicinal pill is likely because of the auction this time around, right? Could it be that the forces that came to this city are here to drink tea? Xiao Yan teasingly smiled. Hearing this, the latter's face immediately revealed an embarrassed smile. Immediately, he said, Don't worry. Putting it this way, Xiao Yan younger brother should have already obtained the key to enter the auction house. You mean the ring? That's right. That's the key that the auction house gave out. Only with that ring can one enter the auction house. I'm afraid that if it wasn't for this reason, you wouldn't be staying here. Qin Yun smiled. This was the pavilion that the auction house used to receive important guests. If one wasn't participating in the auction, they definitely wouldn't have the opportunity to stay here. Up until today, there were no more than 10 forces that could stay in this pavilion area. This was because to be able to stay here, although it depended on whether one had an entry ticket. At the same time, strength was more important. After all, this world respected the strong. The strength of one's strength determined the way others treated them. For Xiao Yan to be able to stay here, this already proved that Xiao Yan's strength had already met the requirements of the auction house. This was something that even some of the old forces in the western region did not have the qualifications to do. A strong person could always easily obtain the respect and reverence of others. Now, Xiao Yan was just like that. Chapter 881. A total of 500 of those rings have been distributed. In other words, we will be able to see some of the top forces in the Western region in this auction. It can be said that the forces that have gathered in this auction are all super powerful forces that are famous in their own regions. The foundation that they possess is extremely shocking. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tighten slightly. 500 rings. That meant the 500 truly powerful forces in the Western region. These forces were all experts among experts. In order to obtain that ring, these forces would constantly compete with each other. The process was a struggle of blood and flesh. The forces that could obtain the ring in the end would naturally be incomparably tyrannical. The auction house's method could not be said to be not ruthless. It could be said that they had perfectly arranged the forces in the Western region. The top 500 forces would definitely be completely displayed in this auction. Such a grand event would probably be unprecedentedly prosperous. Oh right, Brother Xiao Yan, what do you think of the Fusang flower? Just as Xiao Yan was secretly shocked, Qin Yun's voice changed and landed on the Fusang flower that Xiao Yan was currently most concerned about. The Fusang flower was the main target that Xiao Yan had come to participate in this auction. It could be said that he was determined to obtain the Fusang flower. Once he obtained the Fusang flower, it was destined that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength would greatly increase and he would become a rank 4 alchemist in one fell swoop. This kind of matter was unable to calm Xiao Yan's heart. The Fusang flower is born with 5 petals. However, this Fusang flower has 6 petals. It is very strange. Before seeing it with my own eyes, I do not dare to jump to conclusions. I am only curious as to why this Fusang flower has 6 petals. Since ancient times, I have never heard of a Fusang flower with 6 petals. What Brother Xiao Yan has said is precisely what I am anxious about in my heart. The 6-petal hibiscus flower is the greatest selling point of this auction. It is also the greatest loophole in the auction. After all, no one dares to guarantee the quality of this hibiscus flower. Should it mutate and become strange, it will only harm us. This is likely the real reason why its owner randomly auctioned it off. Xiao Yan's expression changed. Even with Qin Yun's character, a worry involuntarily surged into his eyes when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Clearly, even his heart was filled with doubt about the hibiscus flower. However, this matter was ultimately related to the hibiscus ancient spirit tree. Regardless of whether the matter was true or false, he needed to come and take a look. After that, the two of them chatted for a long time in the pavilion. The topic of conversation revolved around the Fusang flower. Unfortunately, as the two of them did not know anything about it, they could only helplessly frown and sigh. Unknowingly, another day had passed. Only in the evening did Qin Yun reluctantly leave the pavilion where Xiao Yan was. Not long after he left under Xiao Yan's gaze, he turned around and came to another pavilion not far from the latter. Here, Yan he had been waiting for a long time with a frown. Young master. As soon as he entered, Yan he spoke respectfully. How is it? Has he reacted in the past 3 days? After entering the pavilion, Qin Yun walked past Yan he and came to the main seat before sitting down. Young master, I was just about to tell you about this matter. Yan he had a solemn expression. His old face still had a trace of paleness that could not be wiped away. Oh. What's the matter? What happened? Speak. Seeing the paleness on the latter's face, Qin Yun first frowned slightly before asking. Young master, this morning, Yan he roughly told Qin Yun about the matter of him being injured by the soul force during the day. What did you say? Who is that person? To be able to force you back with just soul force. Could it be that the person who refined the pill was not Xiao Yan? This subordinate does not know. However, there is one thing that I am certain of. That soul force definitely does not belong to Xiao Yan. Qin Yun's hand that was on the armrest earlier immediately clenched tightly. Due to the great strength, it caused cracks to appear on the stone armrest. At that moment, the latter's face was heavy and he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He had truly never thought of what he had said. Although he had entered the building that Xiao Yan was staying in during the day, he did not discover anything. This was especially the case when Xiao Yan's dormitory was covered by Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. It was impossible for him to investigate. This had unknowingly increased the suspicion in Qin Yun's heart. Don't tell me that there is another rank 4 alchemist in his bedroom. Qin Yun's frown deepened when he thought of this. If this was really the case, it was likely that his plan would fail. However, this matter was already imminent. The auction was about to begin. If he was unable to find a candidate before then, it would be a waste of such a good opportunity. Continue investigating. Keep a close eye on him. Regardless of what relationship he has with that alchemist, he must not be allowed to disturb my plan. Yes, this subordinate understands. Yanhe's heart was slightly startled as he hurriedly replied respectfully. After giving these instructions, Qin Yun finally left the pavilion and walked toward his own residence in the city. However, just as he was about to leave the pavilion, he did not discover that a black-robed human figure was standing high in the sky in the dark night, sending Qin Yun off with his eyes. When he saw the face that was covered under the black robe, who else could it be other than Xiao Yan? Qin Yun, although I do not know just who you are and what you intend to do by finding me, I do not mind killing another elite Dodi if you have any ill intentions. Although Qin Yun had Yanhe guarding beside him, Xiao Yan, who had already successfully advanced his sky annihilation step to the Lingyun Great Stage, was no longer afraid of the latter in terms of speed. Adding the frightening increase in his fighting strength from the sky annihilation step, along with his various tactics, Xiao Yan would similarly have the ability to fight even if the other party was a 9-star Dodi. Hence, if this Qin Yun had any ill intentions toward him, Xiao Yan would not be stingy in killing him. Xiao Yan admitted that he had never been a merciful person. He would only see how the other party treated him. If the other party lied to him, just like how Qin Yun was currently doing one thing in the open while doing another in the dark, Xiao Yan felt the most shameless. Now, it all depended on how Qin Yun would treat him. This time around, after Qin Yun had left, he only met Xiao Yan again on the day of the auction. The latter rested in his dormitory for another 3 days until his condition had completely recovered to its peak. It was also the day when the auction would begin. Finally, after 2.5 months of waiting, it was time to reveal the doubts in everyone's hearts. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened within the dormitory. His body flashed and he arrived in front of the door. He extended his hand and pulled the door inwards, welcoming the noise outside as well as the warm glaring sunlight. Fusang Flower, I am here. Chapter 882. After walking out of the room, Xiao Yan's gaze looked out. From a high vantage point, the entire city was filled with a black mass of human heads. The turbulent human flow was just like densely packed ants. At this moment, these people were continuously squeezing in the direction of the auction house. Xiao Yan shook his head and sighed softly as he eyed the black mass of people in the city. Although these people knew that the Fusang flower would appear in the auction, they did not seem to know that a person who did not possess that ring would not be accepted by the auction house. Although there were quite a number of people in the city at this moment, this could not change the decision of the auction house. They were merely a group of bandi. Under the prestige of a Dodi, these people would naturally obediently withdraw. In the face of absolute strength, numbers did not determine anything. With this thought in his heart, Xiao Yan turned around. He was just about to walk in the direction of the auction house when Wu Gang's figure flew over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Cuckoo, little brother Xiao Yan, the auction is about to begin. I have specially come to invite you to enter. Wu Gang smiled and cupped his hands together to Xiao Yan after arriving in front of him. The latter also cupped his hands together and replied when he heard this. In that case, thank you very much, old brother Wu Gang. Although Xiao Yan was not very familiar with Wu Gang, he had quite a good impression of this person. Therefore, he was naturally much more courteous when speaking to him. Let's go. Wu Gang smiled and nodded. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture to Xiao Yan. The two of them walked together, stepped into the empty air, and flew toward the auction house. Cuckoo, it is really unexpected that little brother Xiao Yan is actually a rank 4 alchemist. This is really surprising. Along the way, Wu Gang finally could not resist telling Xiao Yan about the scene that he had seen a few days ago. It must be said that even when he recalled it at this moment, Wu Gang's heart was filled with shock. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have thought that the young man beside him was actually a rank 4 alchemist. If one were to simply look at his cultivation, being able to reach the level of a 5-star Do Di at such a young age, this kind of training talent could indeed be described as frightening. However, this continent would never lack geniuses. Xiao Yan was definitely not the only person who could train to such a level. However, the thing that was shocking was that Xiao Yan was actually able to raise his spiritual strength to such a frightening level while raising his cultivation to the level of a 5-star Do Di. If the former was pardonable, then the latter was simply impossible. Actually, I'm not some tier 4 alchemist. The reason why I'm able to refine tier 4 medicinal pills is only because I borrowed medicinal pills. Medicinal pills. The expression in Wu Gang's eyes involuntarily hardened when he heard these words. A chill involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. It was not that there were no medicinal pills in this world that could raise one's spiritual strength. However, from his impression, it seemed that only the blood-soul pill was the most common type. The blood-soul pill used the soul of a living person as a medicinal ingredient. Refining the blood-soul pill required a human life as the price. It could be said to be extremely vicious and was the most shameless medicinal pill in the alchemist world. Moreover, the side effects of the blood-soul pill were extremely great. Most people were not unwilling to use the blood-soul pill. However, if Xiao Yan in front of him used the blood-soul pill, it could only mean that he, Wu Gang, had misjudged Xiao Yan. Cuckoo, Chairman, there is no need to think too much. The medicinal pill that I have consumed is called the Rising Spirit Pill. It is a rank 4 medicinal pill that can raise one's spiritual strength for a period of time. Although this is considered a common method, it is a viable choice for an alchemist. Xiao Yan appeared to have seen the suspicion in Wu Gang's heart. He smiled slightly and spoke with a warm face. Wu Gang was involuntarily at a loss when he heard this. Immediately, he came to a sudden understanding in his heart. At the same time, an embarrassed smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. It is actually the Rising Spirit Pill, huh? TSK, I have heard that this thing is extremely rare. This is because it is mostly used by alchemists and almost never ends up in the outside world. It is unexpected that young friend Xiao Yan is actually able to obtain such a medicinal pill. It really causes one to be envious. After flattering with a smile, the two of them no longer procrastinated. A moment later, they had already arrived in front of the auction house. Unfortunately, this place was already surrounded by an endless stream of people. If they were to enter from the main entrance, it was destined that no one would be able to enter. However, being the deputy chairman, Wu Gang naturally had another method. Under Wu Gang's lead, Xiao Yan directly arrived at the special entrance that only the upper echelons of the auction house could pass through. There were also 2 guards at this place. However, the difference from other places was that the strength of these 2 guards had actually reached the level of a 2-star Do Di. Using 2-star Do Di class experts to guard the entrance. It was likely that even the Formation Master Association would not be able to do such a thing. Seeing this scene, even with Xiao Yan's character, he involuntarily felt a shock in his heart. This auction house was really unusual. Cuckoo, it is just to be safe. At the same time, we hope that we can use this opportunity to deter those unruly fellows. This is why we have invited 2 elite Dodi to guard this place. Wu Gang randomly laughed. The expression on his face revealed the current emotions in his heart. The 2 of them approached and the 2 elite Dodi in front of the entrance immediately cupped their hands and bowed to the 2 of them. Unlike other people, these 2 were genuine elite Dodi. Their hearts each had their own pride. In terms of etiquette, the auction house would naturally not have too many requirements. Xiao Yan smiled at the 2 of them. Then, he and Wu Gang directly walked into the auction house. Behind them, the 2 of them saw the backs of Xiao Yan and Wu Gang gradually disappear. Only then did they involuntarily face each other. Their faces revealed a surprised expression. Who is this brat? He is actually able to walk through this door together with the vice chairman. That's right. According to what I know, other than the 2 guild masters, there are only a total of 4 people who have entered this door. Moreover, those people are all great figures with great reputations in the western region. However, who is this brat? The 2 of them looked at each other. Surprise involuntarily surged out from their eyes. Their mouths were also speechless. No one knew who this mysterious black-robed young man was. They only knew that this door in front of them was something that even the young master of that family had never walked through. Yet, this mysterious black-robed young man of unknown origin was able to receive such treatment. From this, it could be seen that the latter was definitely not someone an ordinary person could compare with. At the same time, at a certain place outside the auction house, Qin Yun and Yan He, who was following behind him, also slowly shifted their gazes away from the door. Although the expression of the young man beside him appeared calm, Yan He could feel an extremely cold chill from his body. That kind of chill was something that even he could not endure. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 883. With Wu Gang leading the way in front, Xiao Yan easily entered the auction ground. Those who passed by him along the way all threw respectful and curious gazes at him. Their hearts were all shocked at Xiao Yan's appearance. Although Xiao Yan felt helpless in his heart, he could only shrug his shoulders and ignore them. Wu Gang by the side threw some praising gazes at Xiao Yan when he saw this. If it was an ordinary person, especially a young person like Xiao Yan, his face would definitely involuntarily reveal a proud smile under such respectful and curious gazes. However, looking at Xiao Yan, regardless of whether it was his face or his eyes, they were completely calm. From this, one could see that the latter's character was definitely not something that an ordinary person could compare with. Very quickly, Xiao Yan followed Wu Gang and arrived in front of a specially prepared private room. This place was the most luxurious auction ground in the entire auction ground. Naturally, it was also used by the auction ground to entertain VIP guests. Normally speaking, those who could enter this place were all extremely wealthy and powerful people. Moreover, the lowest standard was an 8-star Dodi. From this, one could see just how important Xiao Yan was to Wu Gang. This time around, even some of the elite Dodi in the passageway could not bear to throw shocked gazes at Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, they could only watch the latter enter the VIP room with their eyes wide open. Other than envy, there was nothing else in their eyes. Cuckoo, I wonder if this place will suit young friend Xiao Yan's taste. After entering the private room, one could see at a glance that this place was nearly 100 square meters in size. The decorations within it were dazzling. Even the chairs were made of top-quality jade. Numerous monster cores were embedded into the carpet on the stone chairs. With the existence of the monster cores, the carpet would always be at an extremely comfortable level. The stone chairs that one sat on were also made of special jade. The faint fragrance that was emitted from them actually possessed some special ability. If one were to use this kind of chair for a long period of time, it was likely that it would bring quite a lot of benefits to one's body. TSK, all of this can be considered luxurious. Especially that monster core. With Xiao Yan's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the monster core was obtained from a D-class magical beast. There were at least over a dozen monster cores in this place. In other words, one would have to kill over a dozen D-class magical beasts in order to obtain these monster cores. This kind of spending was really the most luxurious thing that Xiao Yan had ever seen. Cuckoo, if young friend Xiao Yan is satisfied, I will leave first. There are still quite a number of matters that require me to settle in the auction ground. Today, quite a number of factions' big shots have arrived. Wu Gang smiled when he saw the shocked expression that was revealed on Xiao Yan's face. Immediately, he turned around and exited the room. He gave some instructions to a female servant with a fiery hot figure outside the door before leaving by himself. After that, the maid entered the private room. Sir, the deputy chairman has asked a female servant to serve you. The female servant's face was timid as she walked to Xiao Yan's side. Her pretty face was so cute that it caused one to involuntarily want to pinch it. Her voluptuous lovely body was only covered by a piece of rag-like cloth. Over half of her snow-white body was exposed. If an ordinary person saw this, it was likely that he would not be able to control himself. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's dark black eyes were currently filled with a bright glow. His gaze swept over those monster cores one by one. His heart was so excited that it pounded. Over a dozen D-class monster cores. If he were to take these monster cores out, it would be an enormous fortune. Xiao Yan was involuntarily moved when he thought until this point. He pursed his lips. Xiao Yan was just about to move when he sensed an unusual gaze. He was slightly surprised in his heart as he looked to the side. Only then did he notice the female servant with a fiery figure beside him. However, at this moment, the exquisite pretty face of this female servant carried a mocking smile. That smile seemed to be saying that he was at the very least someone invited by the deputy chairman. Yet, he was actually like a pauper, cough cough. Sensing the strange smile on the face of the female servant, Xiao Yan's old face involuntarily reddened. He smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said, "You can leave. I don't need anyone to serve me." Hearing this, the female servant sized up Xiao Yan from head to toe. Her lovely body twisted, turned around, and left the private room. "I am a pauper to begin with." Seeing that the female servant had left, Xiao Yan finally could not resist rubbing his nose with his hand. He curled his lips and walked to the front of the chair. His gaze carried some reluctance as it swept over those monster cores. Finally, he could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and sit down. At this moment, the auction house and the outside world had already gathered together. As expected, anyone who wore a cream-white ring or a faction had successfully entered the auction house. Although only 5 times the number of rings had been given out, due to the number of people that each faction had brought, it resulted in the number of people in the auction house being close to 1,000. As for those people who did not have rings outside the auction house, despite feeling extremely unwilling in their hearts, they could only bitterly leave in the face of the powerful might of the auction house. Of course, before this, they had definitely learned a lesson in blood. Looking at the auction house, the interior of the private room that Xiao Yan was in was similar to what he had seen in the past. On the front wall of the private room, there was a projection that could display the entire situation in the auction house in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, in the auction house, the huge auction stage slowly split apart. The floor shrunk, revealing 4 stairs that faced 4 directions. Soon after, female servants with hot figures walked out one after another. Each of them held a tray covered by a black cloth. As for the items placed on the tray, due to the special preparation, no one could guess. After this group of female servants walked out, everyone in the auction house naturally shifted their gazes. In the auction house, which was slightly noisy a moment ago, in the next moment, everyone's gaze fell on those trays. After a fruitless search, everyone's gaze fell on the dozen or so female servants with hot and fiery gazes wantonly swept over their sexy and delicate bodies. At this moment, on the huge auction stage, the empty space in the middle of the empty space suddenly distorted. Following that, a slender middle-aged man appeared at the center of the auction house. Hi, everyone, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this auction in Jinyao City. I am the president of this auction house and also the chief auctioneer of this auction, Lu Zhongtian. Chapter 884. In the large auction ground, everyone's gazes were already firmly locked onto the middle-aged man the moment he appeared. This was especially the case for those in the VIP private rooms. The gazes that those people threw toward Lu Zhongtian contained a deep fear. At this very moment, when the people present heard Lu Zhongtian's name, even some of the forces present who had never seen him before could not help but reveal expressions of fear on their faces. It was very clear that although Lu Zhongtian was not in the outside world, his name still resounded throughout the western region. Lu Zhongtian was a terrifying existence that could charge into the top 3 of the western region with just his strength. At this moment, even Xiao Yan, who was in the private room, could not help but reveal a shocked expression on his face when he heard the latter's name. Clearly, even he had heard of the latter's name. Although this man's strength had yet to break through to the origin transformation realm, his cultivation of a 9-star Do-Di had already reached the peak. He was only a step away from the origin transformation realm. Cuckoo, everyone, I will not say any unnecessary pleasantries. I know that all of you have come here today for the auction. Since this is the case, as the chairman, I can only wish that everyone will be able to obtain the items that they are satisfied with. Additionally, I hope that everyone will abide by the rules of the auction ground. No one is allowed to fight within the auction ground. If anyone does, I will forcefully ask you to leave the auction ground. At the same time, you will lose the right to participate in the auction. No matter what item you have obtained before, we will take it all back. Although Lu Zhongtian was smiling as he spoke, his words caused the expressions of most of the people present to change. Even the people in the private rooms did not dare to easily brush past these words in their hearts. Lu Zhongtian smiled with satisfaction when he saw the expressions of fear on the faces of the people present. Immediately, he clapped his hands gently, emitting an extremely loud echo in the quiet auction ground. After which, a tall female servant respectfully stepped forward and handed the tray in her hands to Lu Zhongtian. The empty space once again distorted and a floating auction stage appeared. The female servant carefully placed the tray on it before consciously withdrawing. After which, Lu Zhongtian's gaze swept over the entire place. The corner of his mouth carried a slight smile, giving him a scholarly appearance. Anyone could tell that this was a great person who could shake the entire western region with just a stomp of his foot. Cuckoo, this first auction item is a dagger called Edgeless. It is made from blood dragon wood and is incomparably hard. At the same time, it is also extremely bloodthirsty. Due to it containing the monster core of a 4-star Do-Di magical beast, it also has the ability to pierce through Do-Chi. Additionally, it also possesses a certain level of poison. After a brief introduction, Lu Zhongtian took out a Tier 3 defensive arrayed disc that he had prepared in advance and opened it. As everyone can see, this formation plate is a rank 3 low-grade formation plate. Normally speaking, it is able to block an all-out attack from a 2-star Do-Di. Lu Zhongtian spoke in a casual manner. Immediately, he picked up the dagger in front of him. Soon after, without using any Do-Chi, he heavily pierced it into the formation in front of him. Bang! However, this formation merely endured for less than an instant before it burst apart with a bang. Immediately, the entire place was in an uproar. A formation plate that could block the full force attack of a 2-star Do-Di was actually so easily broken by this Edgeless. Moreover, this was under the premise that Do-Chi had not been added. It was difficult to imagine just how sharp this dagger would be if it had the support of Do-Chi. In an instant, everyone present threw fiery hot gazes toward that edgeless. Although not everyone present was an expert dagger user, there would definitely be some kind of strong person within their respective factions. Anyone who could bring back this edgeless would definitely be able to increase the strength of their faction. This was naturally something that they were interested in. Xiao Yan in the private room used a huge ruler as his weapon and was already used to the huge size of the huge ruler and its wide opening and closing moves. He was not interested in this kind of tricky and small weapon. Edgeless, the starting price is 80 low-grade spirit stones. Hua. Although the ability of Edgeless caused everyone present to be interested, this price caused quite a number of people to shrink back. Of course, there was naturally no lack of strong people who used daggers as their weapon among the people present. Not long later, a series of clapping sounds sounded in the auction. Finally, even a portion of the factions who had originally planned to give up on this auction actually joined in. In the end, this Edgeless was successfully auctioned off at a price of 470 spirit stones. This caused the smile on Lu Zhongtian's face to become even richer at the same time. Following this temporary craze, Lu Zhongtian struck while the iron was hot. In less than 4 hours, there were another couple of valuable items that were successfully auctioned off. The prices also caused Lu Zhongtian to be unable to stop smiling. At the same time, even Xiao Yan, who was currently in the private room, could not help but click his tongue. These factions were really as Qin Yun had said. They were all rich and overbearing. Within a short 4 hours, they had already obtained close to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. With such a foundation, it was no wonder that they were able to bully the top 500 factions in the western region. Now that he thought about it, the so-called 4 large sects were really nothing. A mere 4 8-star Dodi. At this moment, there were no less than 5 of them in the auction house. There were even a total of 4 9-star Dodi. A faction like this could easily leave the so-called 4 large sects in the dust. Sure enough, the real tigers that bit people were those that seemed to be lying quietly at the side, indifferent to you. If you really dared to underestimate them, then no one knew that they would suddenly launch a fatal blow at you at a certain moment. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but narrow his eyes as he quietly pondered in his heart. Time gradually flowed by in the lively auction. No one cared about it and no one measured it. However, they knew that they were welcoming wave after wave of climaxes in the auction. Each auction item was even more attractive than the previous one. Naturally, the auction prices were even more exaggerated. This continued until a certain moment when Lu Zhongtian once again opened a tray. This time around, what appeared in front of everyone was a completely blood-red colored fruit. The strangest thing was that the surface of this fruit was actually covered with a layer of mysterious scales. They appeared like snake scales but were somewhat different. However, the instant this fruit was reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes, the latter's pair of dark black eyes suddenly surged with joy. His hands involuntarily grabbed the armrest. The emotions in his heart had suddenly become excited at this moment.